Give me a second. I'm not hearing you guys. Don't know what's going on there. There we are. Okay, that's fixed.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Now we're going to go back to being silent.
Cool.
Alright, since y'all are in here, you can drag and drop spells and items onto the character sheet. For the items, it will automatically equip it if you put it in the proper section, such as weapons and shields and the like, and held items, armor and worn items, and so forth, so on.
Okay.
Cannot attach a rune to the weapon, though, so that's annoying. But you can look up everything in the compendium that is in the core rulebook now.
Hey, that's awesome.
Instead of having to try to find it in the PDF, you can just type in the fucking compendium search bar.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was one of those ease of life thing, or convenience of life thing.
Where are your password?
Oh, yeah.
Your Wi-Fi.
Global Parade 573. Lowercase.
Now I know. I'm stealing it.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. I cleared an $1,800 check after taxes.
Not bad, man.
I don't know. That was also a lot of overtime.
Which is why I didn't bug you about summons.
Next week I'll be more readily available. I'm still working Wednesdays because the incentive bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Because they give us $150 extra. That's already pre-taxed. When people are ready, Bridget gets back in here and all that, we will go ahead and start.
Alrighty.
Who wants to do the recap? Very exciting, very exciting.
Again, this is another week where you guys should be jumping on it to do it.
I don't remember what happened.
So, last week...
Alright, are we recording? Are we ready for a recap?
Yeah, we're ready. Yeah. We're
Okay.
Alright.
Last week, and by that I mean 2 weeks ago, we sent a letter to Vorgoth declaring our intent to accept his challenge, and in a month's time, meet on the field of battle outside of the fort we had taken from him, and fight him for control. With that being said, the only stipulations Vorgoth put on it were that Solon has to be part of the group and no more than 8 participants from our side. Solon's counter was that was acceptable, but he could not use the... I'm trying to remember the Firestone's name. I don't remember right off the top of my head.
Cinderstone, Heart of the Mountain, has a couple different names.
He could not use the Cinderstone in this battle. Or before it. He couldn't use the Cinderstone, and that the winner would get the Cinderstone upon, the battle ending. He gets the knife. Sorry, I just need to grab something to drink. So, we agreed, and in a month's time, we intend to meet this person in battle. We intend to prepare ourselves to the absolute best of our ability, and to that end, we had a few temple floors we could clear for both the Necromancy Temple and the Evocation Temple. Since there was only one floor left in the Necromancy Temple to clear, we chose to do that one first. And as such, we went and were given the choice to perform a challenge greater than normal, but with potentially far more reward, to earn our next level of our shard. We agreed, and it turns out our challenge was to try to heal a giant thunderbird whose life was being drained by a Grim Reaper. As we continued to fight the Reaper back and forth, and some of us trying to heal the Thunderbird to the best of our ability, we chanced upon a lucky break where we were able to incapacitate the lesser Reaper for such a significant amount of time. We were easily able to bring the Thunderbird back to full health, accomplishing the trial. To that end, we each received a lightning bolt talisman with some various abilities, and the Thunderbird made his way to the Air Spire, it being the divine beast of Cord. I'm saying that now just to piss Eric off, because he wants to name Cord Asmaroth, but it's Cord.
It's a different deity. Inspired by Cord, but also influenced heavily by more Nordic influences, as well as other Scandinavian beliefs.
It's Cord.
Nope. They share like 2 domains now. 1 domain.
Does he control weather?
Shh.
Yes, so I'll take that as a yes. Is he an old deity? Yes. Is he a barbarian deity? Or a challenge deity, depending on how you want to phrase it.
Warrior deity, so yes.
So yes.
Not the same.
Is he all about honor?
Yes.
Oh, what do
To
you know?
be fair, depending on what iteration of Cord you're talking about, he's not about honor.
He's all about a skillful, fair challenge.
I like that. Oh, what do you know?
Shut up.
So that was the end of what happened last time.
Oh, a couple other things happened.
What?
Learned out a
'Cause I
couple
don't
things
remember
about your dagger. Your dagger can destroy magic. You refuse to use that dagger on Vorgoth because you're afraid that it would.
That wasn't last week. That was the week before I learned that.
Was it?
Yeah.
You didn't tell them that until last week. Like, the group didn't know, or until last session, the group didn't know at large.
We went through a lot of shit in conversation. If you want me to cover all of that
No,
again,
I'm
we're
covering
going to be
key
here
points.
a while.
Covering key points. Won't use dagger on Vorgoth in fear that it will destroy the seal that this entity wants broken.
I did get the scythe.
Gavin is gunhole on killing Vorgoth, and in doing so has made a deal with your pseudo ally, the ferryman, also brethren to the entity that has spoken to you and Vorgoth.
I also learned while questioning the lesser death on what I'm quote unquote supposed to do, which was kill the Reaper that's underwater in the water temple, like.
Yes, aka the actual Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
And what I've been told is you're going to want to do it.
I should have asked what put. No. I should have asked what actions put me on this path, and then I found out it's my dad, and then I hate him forever.
Everybody of importance has a magical grandpa or father.
Or both.
Or both. Huh?
You said everyone of importance.
Your father is a magic user of importance.
He's really not that important.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he
is.
got more important. He's an elf now.
Right?
He is an elf now. I'm sorry, but Klaus still holds the record for most kills.
Also the most deaths.
And the most deaths. Damn.
Ouch.
That's because, he's too much of a boss and pulls the aggro from the so-called tanks. One tank. Let's see. What was the deal you made in exchange? Oh yeah, you were to kill the Reaper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty much it.
The first offer was for me to serve Iron, but I wasn't biting on that. I would if I would.
Did he actually tell you the name of his master? Or did he just refer to as master?
I think it just I don't remember if he said his name or just said master on there. I probably would have to look back at the video.
Clarification on something, Derek.
Okay.
I'm not going to be forced to do a roll every time I spend build points, correct? Like if I have personal build points and I want to use them.
Correct.
Okay. We did last time, that's why I wanted to ask those, to make sure it wasn't I had to make a loyalty check or something like that.
No, I only made you make that initial roll because you were an outsider.
Got it.
You're no longer an outsider. You've helped the village out tremendously, so forth, so on, and they've kind of accepted you as one of their own now. So for personal use, no. Alright, so standing before you is the headmaster of this particular tower, which is the school of necromancy. The ferryman, the Lesser Death's master, is not there. The Lesser Death has returned from whence it came. You hold in your hands, Gavin, a weapon as old as time itself. The first soul ever harvested was done so with this scythe you hold in your hands. What do y'all do? The headmaster has congratulated you on your test. What you did learn was the ferryman made a bargain or a deal with this headmaster to present this test to you in place of the traditional lesson to move up the rank.
Okay.
Do y'all depart? Do you ask the headmaster questions? What would you all like to do? I know a bunch of you are fucked up. As that Lesser Death fucked your all's world up. And pissed off our archer. Every time she'd get away and she'd shoot at him, it'd use a reaction to teleport in her face and slice the fuck out of her.
Or just deny the shot entirely.
Yeah. Oh, oh.
The one time I roll well.
Get a crit, good damage, and the entity you're fighting is like, nah, I don't want to get hit by this.
So
yeah.
on with the necromancy one now, we are at
Tier 3. So we got +2 to hit and DC. You can cast any necromancy spell up to 7th level of your tradition using appropriate spell slot. We now have rituals: Blight, Call Spirit, Create Undead, Plant Growth, Eternal Rest, Resurrect, and Reincarnate. And that's what Tier 3 grants you.
yeah.
So yes, very good, very good. So yes, anything you wish to convey or speak to the headmaster before departing this tower once more?
What being guarded the necromancy temple in ages past? Trying to figure out if the Hydra was this temple's guardian or not.
He looks at you and smiles. Each of the schools of magic, as you know, has had a temple. And the ages long past, the guardianship fell to a very rare and powerful form of Hydra. When the Mother of Beasts first ran rampant across the lands and was creating all manner of abominations, we saw the potential in this particular species, its intelligence, its ferocity, its loyalty, and taught it as it taught us. It protected our secrets, our tower, and in return we did the same.
So both you and the Evocation Temple had the same guardian?
Well, the same species of guardians.
When a guardian is appointed, does the creature evolve into a more reflective of its guardianship, or is it
In
maintained
a
its same
facet, yes. Your newly acquired companion was the guardian of the Evocation Temple. Well, her bloodline was.
Would it benefit the temple to restore the guardianships? And if so, how would it benefit the temple?
It would benefit one having a sacred protector, as well as one that helps fuels the learning and evolving the schools of magic. It is sad to say that your companion is the last of her kind. While she has two young, her kind does not breed rapidly. So if that is a task that you would wish to see come to light, new guardians would have to be appointed.
My family has a history of helping near extinct species repopulate very quickly. I think Drake did it.
He nods.
I might be able to help with that.
He nods.
Not right now, obviously, but you know, as I get stronger.
Grow in strength as your next challenge. When your abilities reach apex, will be a test of your mastery against the head of this tower.
Fair enough.
And you
Alrighty.
get the idea. He's talking about himself. He's not an arrogant, egotistical fuck, so he just says the head of this tower. You get the distinct impression it is, in fact, him.
Also, side note, I say to him, the fire giants will be coming by at one point to restore the temple.
That warms my spirits.
Yeah, they're fire giants.
None of that. Fireball.
Not a necromancy spell.
No, he's a dick. He wanted to throw you off your game.
Yeah, well, I deny his ability to do so. And if he does do so, he'll die. I'll die knowing that he had to resort to another school of magic in order to win, proving the inherent weakness of necromancy school.
It's a necromantic fireball. Ooh.
That's not how that works.
Shh.
That's not how anything works. I'm pretty sure that means I come back from the dead.
Oh fuck, this hurts! Oh, I'm dead. Wait, I'm back up. Very confused by your spell. What was your point of this? So, anything else y'all wish to ask of him before heading out? You do know your next challenge is to actually face him. And you've seen him do some spectacular things. Again, being a specter, he is in fact dead.
Mhm.
But he can conjure and manipulate the physical plane with ease just as you can. It is not your normal undead. It's not your normal ghost or specter or wraith or anything like that, as their influence is very limited to either to items that are bound to their death or, telekinesis of some sort to manipulate it, hardly with fine control.
Yeah.
And you can assume by how he holds himself and the things he can do, he is very powerful. Archmage, Grand Magus, so forth, so on.
Yeah.
We should take some of that fire. And max the hell out of our spells.
I take it we are on a time limit, so we need to get back, back to the village or fort first, and then go to evocation, or try and heal people.
Why do we
up
don't
and
need to go back to the fort?
Or just go straight to the evocation tower. Hopefully heal people up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Healing people. Got it.
Yeah, people are pretty hurt.
Okay, we can head back to the town.
Yeah. That's the only reason that I thought about going back to town, not just going straight there, is that people are almost dead.
Something I forgot about, we still have the kingdom session to do.
We do indeed.
Yes, we do. Alright. So you depart the tower and you find yourself on the beach front again. And as you apparate, you see hundreds of ghostly figures looking at each of you. Particular, more focus on the ones with the shards. And there is a look of respect, envy, and true just pride. And as you look at them, you can tell that they are the students of past. What do y'all do?
Acknowledge my awesomeness and use the teleportation area to head back to village.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I was hoping it wasn't a Return of the King moment,
Well, it's up to you. They're looking at you. If y'all don't interact with them, they don't do anything. They just watch. Some nod at you. And as you vanish or you go through the teleportation, you see them just start to disappear.
Mm-hmm.
You appear at the Waystone at the town or near the village. Do y'all go to the village or do you go to the fort?
We're going to hit the village first because the Waystone is immediately to the southeast of the village, and you have to go through the village almost to get to the
northwest.
Northwest. That's right, it changed locations. But
yeah, no, let's see. Yeah, northwest, because P18 is where the Waystone is.
Yeah, so we'd have to virtually hit the town before we got to the fortress anyway, so we might as well just stay in the town.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to the town, or the village.
Mm-hmm.
As you, Gavin, as you traverse, You see a number of oddities transpire. Water that is near you, be it running streams or, puddles of water from rain, freeze over within about 120-foot radius of you. You see that the, ambient dead, or those the entities, animals, and so forth that have died and are in the transition of moving from this plane to the next. Their spirits look upon you. Out of the humanoid and sentient creatures you see, and you're the only one that can see this, you see reapers descend.
Actually,
And
see
as they
Reapers
go
descend
to-
and like take the souls.
As they go to shepherd, their attention is immediately brought to you.
I'm coming.
And do not take the soul and ferry them away. Both Reaper and souls looking upon you. What do you do?
Gavin's really not used to a lot of the very high supernatural stuff. His thing is about just hunting mortal monsters on this plane of existence.
Yes.
So he can't really hide what he's seen and look upon on his face. The closer we get to the village, the more Gavin's like, I think I'll wait for you guys here.
Do we notice I know we don't see the Reapers, but we see the freezing atmosphere that's kind of
Yes.
surround.
Yes, you
So
do see that.
what did you say? Charlie?
I do want to make a note real quick before we start. You notice that these Reapers, and you've heard, there's mythology and stories about Reapers in all cultures.
Mm-hmm.
These are Reapers, but they're not like the lesser death.
Mm-hmm.
They are different. And then you recall your teachings, what your father tried to bestow upon you, and your time in Draconia, and your studies with Solon and his sister Luna, that these Reapers, what you know of them, they are the caretakers, the guardians of the Raven Queen.
Okay.
Which is a neutral goddess.
Yeah.
But the entity that gave you this scythe, even though these Reapers don't inherently serve it, they recognize your authority while wielding such an artifact.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
yes.
Gavin doesn't hide his, like, I wouldn't say weirded out, but just, like, taking this stuff in for, like, the first time. So he's a little wide-eyed about it and everything. Just nothing that he can hide, as he doesn't deal with this stuff often.
And yes, the rest of you do see the water freezing over. You see, and there's a bit of a duality here. The things that, like the plants that are dying, you see them, crumble away. The things that are on verge of death, they finish decomposing or passing in his presence, while the things that are being born, renewed, flourish.
And I suggest, as we get closer to the village, that maybe it's best if I wait outside the village. As I'm still looking at, I'm doing the thing that my cat like weirds me out at when he looks at something and it looks like he sees something, but I know he's staring. He's staring at the wall, and I'm like, "What are you seeing right now?"
Okay. So, you say, what to us? Because kind of seeing you kill everything that's, anywhere nearby. Derek, is this more
the
of
Reapers I am seeing that you described to me? I do recognize them as my teachings as the ones that serve the Raven Queen and what their task is.
Correct. The shepherd, the souls, and put them upon the river of Styx, where their souls traverse to judgment and then pass to the realms that are fated for them.
Is this more of a time effect, or is this more of a death effect, Derek? The surroundings that we're seeing.
A little bit of both.
I will blatantly say since I've gotten this, I've seen the Reaper caretakers of the Raven Queen here. I see them taking soul, or ushering souls.
So this is what you see me do. You see I'm listening to you with rapt attention, but you see I'm holding a bottle inside the field of effect of what's going on around you. And I realize, and I pull out another bottle. And I'm like, not saying anything about it. I'm just holding two large bottles inside this field of effect while I'm standing on the outside of it.
May I help you, Solon?
I am both aging and cooling wine.
Your father would be so proud of you.
Thank you.
That wasn't a compliment, Solon.
Says who? As I set down one bottle and pull out another one.
And as you're having this moment of brevity and the humor and the lightheartedness there after everything you've gone through, your senses are beginning to heighten. And you can sense all living things within 120 feet of you, and all things that are passing, dying, so forth, so on. Basically, you have life sense and death sense. You can't pick up constructs and things like
It's
that.
even worse than that. You're Raceland.
But how far does that sense go out? It's just the 120 feet?
120 feet, at least for now. But it does intensify. You're starting to pick up life forms, from the little critters that crawl on the ground to, the wolves that are prowling on the peripheral of your, aura.
I'd say it's a bit disorienting at first dealing with this. So you see Gavin put a hand to his head, almost like he's got a major headache. It's just a lot of new sense information coming in.
Ironically enough, you probably get the least amount of reaction when looking at me, because I don't age.
You can feel his life force, but that's it.
And then you look at the goblin and see that he only lives for
Well, you would be aging before his eyes. And same with Gwendolyn. I'm kind of a stabilizing presence just because I don't even age slower like elves because I'm an Eladrin. I don't age at all.
He is a firstborn. So all you do is you can sense his life force. Like, think of like, you can see if Chucky was to live of old age, you can see his death clock pretty much. And you can see that he will pass at the age of 72, living far longer than most goblins, if he manages to die of old age.
I'm a
All right.
barbarian.
I don't
support
like
things.
this.
I don't see that happening.
I don't like this Death Note Shinigami eyes thing going on right now.
Pretty much what's going on with you.
Yeah. Thank you, anime. You taught me so much.
Give me a perception check.
Oh shit. Look. Wait, what? What did it do? What?
Rolled it twice.
Why did I roll it twice? I clicked it once.
15 is what you needed either way.
Okay, all right. Somehow I double clicked it or something.
You, as your senses are being, overwhelmed, you start to pick up more details. You can see a thread that is connected to all your companions. And you can see where each of those threads can be severed by the weapon you wield.
Oh, it's the weapon. Got it.
Do I get a sense of where these threads actually go?
Give me a will save.
I mean, what's the worst?
A will check, sorry. So it's the same thing, but it's not a save. You're actually forcing your will to...
Yeah.
As you focus, and the three of you see Gavin, and you can see like this myriad of expressions and just awestruck. And possibly even a little terrified, as this is his first time dealing with something like this, and this is far more than he ever imagined. As you focus on Solon, Chucky, Gwendolyn, you can see their threads of fate, intertwine with each other and then branch off. And you can see countless paths that this thread takes. All of it, connects at a base point to each of the individuals. But then you can see the threads, how it transcends the mortal world and goes into the different realms. It goes to, basically you're seeing the infinite possibilities of each living creature.
Okay. So this isn't like the Greeks, like thread of life. This is the actual like thread of their fate, telling their story, what they're supposed to do.
It is both.
Oh, it is a mixture of both. Gotcha.
Because
If you look
fate,
behind us, you see a single thread. If you look in front of us, you see multiple branching threads, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay.
pretty much.
The past has been determined, the future has yet to be, so it's multiple threads in front of you. And when you finally look to focus on Solon, he has 11 bottles already out in front of him.
No, now you have 10 because Gavin has take one and he started drinking because he needs a bottle right now.
Before you do, I say, you really want to get drunk with that in your hand? And I point at the scythe.
I mean, as long as I don't start swinging it around, I think we're okay.
Just think what you could accidentally cut off.
Since when are you the voice of reason and I put the bottle back?
Since you were about to steal one of my bottles.
Yeah, you're about to take one of my bottles. That is exactly what I became a voice of reason. I mean, I wasn't going to stop you because I can understand it, but my bottle.
They put the 10 bottles back and start drinking out of the bottle that you were about to take. I don't kind of worry.
Chuck, do you feel a similar sensation as you did with the ring except for where that was of malice, destruction, war, carnage, oblivion. This is, while every bit as imposing and as powerful and terrifying, is also hopeful. It's renewing. It's balance. You can actually feel something that you have kind of been lacking since being on this island, because the myriad of influences and things that corrupt and mutate the very essence of this island. Being in the proximity of Gavin is the real first time you feel a true, strong connection to your ancestors. Something you haven't felt since
being
you
you
jumped.
than being you.
Last time you felt this was when you ate the jumbo fruit and your ancestor hit you with the cane or a staff.
Well, you're talking to me. I thought you were still talking to Gavin.
You, sorry. So yes, Chucky, this is the first time on this island, besides eating the jumbo fruit, that you truly do feel the presence of your ancestors, like they're beside you, within proximity of Gavin. And again, like I said, you get the same kind of feeling. Well, not the same kind, but on that level of feeling you did with the ring.
Except my ancestors aren't shouting at me. That thing
Yes.
is evil. Destroy it.
Being in the presence of this is every bit as terrifying, but also, again, hopeful, renewing, and whatnot. It's a very paradoxical kind of feeling. So what you missed, because did you hear anything on your phone or anything? So as Gavin is walking, water around him is freezing. Things that are on the verge of dying, they, decay, be it flowers turn to dust and whatnot, and bodies, the last bit of breath leaves them, so forth, so on, be it little creatures or sentient beings. And, it's just this whole, and you're seeing this very, different expression on Gavin than you've ever seen, because you can obviously tell he is seeing things that none of you are. Like, whatever's going on with him, he is, almost in his own world at the moment.
We're seeing the creatures turn to dust and all that. Okay.
He is seeing reapers and whatnot collecting the souls of sentient creatures, and he's seeing animal spirits and whatnot that aren't quite sentient and whatnot pass and return to basically the spirit of the world soul, to be returned as more animals and whatnot. And it's weird, the whole mythos there. But yes, do y'all do anything?
I feel like Solon should give him a jumbo fruit and see what happens.
I don't have any jumbo fruit.
Yeah, you do.
The juice?
That's currently being brewed.
Surprised you wouldn't have at least a fruit.
Why would I keep a fruit when I can make wine out of it?
These are very valid questions.
They are.
And
I figured you at least have one on there just in case you had to use it.
Why would I want to use it?
You keep taking people out of the fray with the damn shit.
That is a valid point. I will have to restock.
I will have to restock.
That's hilarious.
I'm just curious.
And to be fair, that didn't happen anymore, so.
I'm curious, Zadok, the next time I see a Reaper, I want to try and communicate with it.
Again, to set the scene, they have not shepherded their souls yet. The souls and the Reapers themselves are both looking at you.
I was the closest one that I want to converse with.
As you approach, it stands neutral. And all of you see this. You don't see the Reaper, but you see Gavin walk forth to something. Stop before it. As you stop before it, Gavin, this is an entity that is incredibly old. Not as old as the lesser death you encountered, but a Reaper chosen by the Raven Queen. It says, it's seen countless deaths and retrieved countless souls. It is, this shrouded figure in a robe, and itself also has a scythe. What do you do? How do you converse? What do you ask?
I would flat out. I was that. I'm glad to see that even the Raven Queen's influence reaches this island in this maelstrom.
What our mistress represents transcends magical barriers and protections.
Actually, question, Zadok, with what teachings I got, would I know of the past between like the Raven Queen, the other gods, and Drake and Gideon and their
Yeah.
I want to try and ask. I'll ask the Reaper if he would relay a message to the Raven Queen for me.
If that is what you command. And you get this weird sensation. I mean, it truly does mean what you command. This is a servant of the Raven Queen. That is its patron deity. But yet it is compelled to answer and listen to you.
I lean over and I whisper to Chucky, "Did you see Gavin eat anything?"
I ask the Reaper to send to deliver a message upon my parents and Solon's parents that we are all right. We are alive.
He's talking to that dead bunny over there. You sure you didn't see him eat anything?
I haven't seen him eat anything, but he's having a nervous breakdown.
As you command. And Reaper vanishes from your sight. The soul lingering that it was is going to ferry or shepherd.
Huh.
The soul looks upon you with utter fear.
Mm. uh, I. Part of me's like yelling at me, Charlie, don't touch the soul while you hold the scythe. Don't touch the soul while you hold the scythe. But
We can't see shit, so actually we're not saying anything.
I'm gonna. How does one comfort a soul? So I just try and like pat the soul.
Stab it with the scythe.
No, that is not how you comfort the soul. No, I try and comfort the soul. I ask it wait a little longer to pass on.
How do you try to comfort the soul? Like, what do you do to interact with it?
Does it have any? Is it? What does this? What are the souls looking like to me? Do they have any form or shape, or are they just like what we consider like floating like will-o-wisps?
A little bit like will-o-wisp.
Okay.
And then when you focus on it, the kind of wisp becomes malleable and it forms into what it once was. And you see a female orc. One you knew. One you saved.
That saved and went back to Vorgoth, or saved and was one of the ones that went to. No, this one went back. This one.
This is core.
All the spirits to comfort. You had to choose that one.
I didn't look. I just went to the closest Reaper, and then I felt bad for the soul. So then I was like, "Hey, it's all right. Just wait a little bit longer." And then this
Give
happened.
me a perception check.
Oh shit!
Does that stand?
I'll use my medallion for the day.
You don't have that.
Oh,
We haven't rested yet. We used it when we were
Does anybody have a medallion?
Nope.
All we have is hero points, and I'm sorry, but this isn't something I'm going to spend a hero point on.
I'll use mine.
Okay. As the vestige of core just forms from this wisp, you can you notice large tears upon her torso. Now, this actually takes you back. You are taken back by this because these aren't wounds of the flesh. Her soul has been rended. These are wounds that has transcended life and has permanently damaged her soul.
Um. I hold out a hand and I ask her, can you show me what happened? I want to know how this transpired. I assume it's Vorgoth.
She looks at you with utter fear, and she motions with her hand down to the ground. And all of you can see kind of a wind pick up. And you can see the sand and dirt begin to move. And you can see a face form out of the dirt and sand. And it's that of an old orc. One you have met at the fort. The one that has appeared out of nowhere. One that you know serves the master of the dagger.
Do the rest of us see the face?
Yes. And yeah, at this, you just seen Gavin talking in the air, and you're all like, maybe he did eat some jumper fruit. And then again, you see the wind pick up near his feet, and the dust and dirt and sand start accumulate, piling up. And you see it form this face in the ground of an old orc that you all have seen at the fort.
I assume it has happened. I assume that at least with the scythe, I at least have. I asked this is gonna look really fucking dumb, but I'm asking the scythe, but really I'm asking Chiron. Is this not healable at all?
You see one of the reapers about 80 feet from you. You see its head throw back, and it convulse for a moment. And then it rights itself. The soul is damaged. For what reason, it did not obliterate it entirely. All of you do feel this immense presence. You don't hear what was just said, but you feel this immense presence you've all felt before from the ferryman. So you can tell his gaze, his presence falls upon where you're at.
Oh no, it's contagious.
Contact high. I checked my private stash to find out if he got into it.
No, it's all there. You see Drax eyeing your private stash.
Put it back in my bag of holding.
But it
You
still
just-
doesn't
you
say
just hear
anything
him.
about it being like permanent damage, not healable. Just that the soul has been rendered.
That part of the soul is gone forever. That soul will never be whole. Feast upon it. Put it out of its misery.
The last question I'll ask is what could he gain from something like this?
My brethren work in secret, each with their own goal to bring the end. To return all that is to nothingness.
And it's this face in the sand that's saying that's correct, Derek?
No, this is a reaper.
And we can see this reaper, or we can't see this
You
reaper?
cannot see the reaper, you just feel the immense presence of the ferryman.
Are we hearing what the ferryman is saying?
You hear Gavin conversing. You can hear his side of the conversation.
Okay, so I'm going to make some logical leaps because my character is fairly smart. Ask the ferryman if the gods' powers, the various gods' powers, are on par or in their various domains, are on par or supersede that of his brethren.
All right. I do just that. If
It would take every war god to unite to stand against my brethren.
That's not the question I asked. I know I didn't hear it, but not the question I asked.
What was your question?
The various domains that the gods have, are they as powerful or more powerful than what him and his brother are?
Oh, the domain. The domain, not raw power of the entity. Gotcha. The purview of your gods give them strength because they draw upon multiple domains. But not one single domain is as strong as what my brethren are birthed to.
Do you relay that to me, Gavin?
yeah, I do my best word for word.
Okay. So then I rephrase my question by giving a for instance. For instance, the Raven Queen's ability to harvest souls at the moment of death, as her domain encompasses that very instant of death. At that instant of death, as that is what she is the god of, is she more powerful in that instant than you are, or your master is? Given the correlation between your two domains.
As the seal holds, she is. When the seal is broken, her strength, her domain, does not even hold a candle's light to what I command.
Then in answer to your question, Gavin, or do you relay that to me?
Yeah.
Then in answer to your question, Gavin, yes, there is a way for you to help the soul, whatever soul it is that you're seeing that's wounded. Bring it to the Temple of Sarenrae and let it go through a rebirth. No damage that could be inflicted onto the soul is more powerful than, according to what he just said, than the ability to rebirth that what Sarenrae has to rebirth a target.
Charlie, Gavin, you hear the Reaper that Quran is speaking through weep. And you feel Quran's presence fade. The Reaper speaks.
Don't do that again.
What has happened to the soul is not through domain, not through power, but an entity that destroys the soul entirely. Its wounds are lasting. Unlike fiends from the abyss and the infernal hells. To be killed by their kind, to be wounded in such a way, destroys the soul. Turns it into oblivion.
Again, Charlie has to tell me this because
Yeah. I relay that, but I also ask, then why wasn't this one turned into oblivion?
What reason this entity had for not finishing its work, I do not know. And its gaze falls heavy upon you. There is one that might be able to help, that is not currently sealed from life. There are two that live upon this world that have begun to understand the teaching only the Creator knows.
What?
Ha. I know the answer to that.
Its father, as it points to Solon, and the Witch Queen. And it goes silent.
Oh, you could fuck up so much shit right now. Derek's gonna hate you. Do you tell me what it says?
Yeah, since it gave me more options, I will tell Solon all the options there.
I say, you muttered that you're able to control or command these things?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I told the first one to send a message to my parents and your parents to let them know
Well,
we're
one of his
alive.
parents, because one's
Oh.
stone at the moment.
Yeah.
So, but he doesn't know that. I say, if you want to get Drake's help, have him give this to my sister. And I hand him a pendant. You're gonna fuck up so much of Derek's shit right now.
All right. Let's command this Reaper to do some shit.
Have him bring the soul too.
To your sister as well?
All right.
Or just deliver the soul to Sarenrae's temple?
No, the only people that. Okay, so what do you ask my character? Because my character knows the answer to this, but you have to ask.
So, 1 second. You hand the pendant to Gavin.
Oh, you suck. Yeah.
Gavin, I need a will save and a fortitude save.
Will save first. Fortitude save next.
As you take the pendant in hand, chaos swarms in your mind. The very definition, the very meaning of chaos, both the beauty and the destruction, the birth and the death, creation, its entirety courses through your mind. You take 63 psychic damage.
Woo!
And then you see, everybody sees this, metal chains erupt from the ground and pierce into your sides, your chest, your neck, and begin to wrap you. You take 46 piercing damage.
Okay, I'll take back the pendant.
And when he takes the pendant off of me, I take it. I'm okay.
Are you still standing?
At 3 HP, yes I am, sir. You can take that pendant and shove it up your ass.
This is good to know. This is great information for me to have.
As you hand this to him, all of a sudden you just see blood beginning to pour out of his eyes, his nostrils, his ears. You know, you see the closed wounds that he has healed from just start to bleed, you know, rip open again, and then the chains just pierce into him and wrap around him. All of you can feel what is trapped here. What these monoliths were created for. What the gods feared. You feel the very incarnation of chaos itself. You feel Solon's grandpa.
Note to self, he does not want this thing getting off this island.
At least in the hands of anyone else.
He does not want this thing getting off this island.
So I am very much leaning against the scythe that is now planted to the ground, trying to stand up or stay standing up.
As the chains and whatnot have not receded yet.
Oh crap.
There is a new presence felt. One familiar, as you have dealt with this entity twice now. A robed figure, skull pauldrons, a staff that has balances on it, or scales on it. The one that rose the temple of Sarenrae from the watery depths. The one that teleported you all from the monolith of pestilence and flesh, disease, mutation.
Okay, say that again. Who are we facing?
Your uncle.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that one. Okay, when you said disease and pestilence, I'm like, that guy showed up? When the fuck did he show up? Got it. No, it was my uncle. Got it. What the fuck would they give this to a toddler?
Note to self: never accept Solon's gifts.
Why would
do
they
the rest
give
of
this
us
to
see
a
the
toddler?
chains?
Huh?
Do the rest of us see the chains?
Yes. You see the blood pouring from his orifices, old wounds ripped open again, and chains piercing him.
I legitimately say that to my uncle. Who the fuck would give this to a toddler?
He looks at you. You and your sister hold a key. Hold a means to save what you hold dear. You and her are the only ones capable of achieving this.
New battle plan. I'm just gonna give Vorgoth a present.
As great as your father was, even he could not handle what has been gifted to both of you.
Like if someone would hear, he would say challenge accepted, but that's not the point.
Right?
Right here. Who would give this to a toddler?
Do you know who your family is?
Bunch of lunatics is what I'm hearing.
He says that.
That's
I'm
how
like,
he
okay,
responds.
I get it now. I get it now, and I put the pen in the gun.
He walks up to you, Gavin. You have your role to play. And he touches you on the forehead with his index finger, and you see the chains recede, and it hurts incredibly so.
Hopefully not like 3 HP worth of hurt.
No, it's just you've already taken damage, but you're feeling all these chains getting ripped from you. It was very important to get an eye from that.
With the scythe in hand? Yes, I assume so.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Oh, you shut the fuck up.
So my statement kind of sounds we were about to fuck shit up for Derek. It's just not in the way I had intended.
Okay, I'm starting to think someone spiked the water.
Or maybe this island is just one giant hallucination.
Yep.
We're all really just back.
Y'all are
on the
back,
shift.
so back.
Oh, we're still in the water floating, huh?
Yeah.
No, I was awake for that entire fucking thing. No thanks to you fighter fucking types.
We're even. And I don't give a fuck what you say. We're even.
I could just see that. That's what Gavin says. He just looks at Solon and he's like, "We're even. I don't give a fuck what you say."
The probability is I'm going to need to save your life at least a few more times yet on this island, so I'm okay with that.
So what you're telling me is you're gonna have to give me that pendant again.
Experiment, see if it gets stronger as I get stronger.
Oh, fuck you. At least if I know my goal, I just have to be 1 HP stronger.
He looks at you. Do you intend these shepherds to keep their flock here, or are you going to send them on their way and maintain the balance?
Probably, judging by the way he said that, you should probably keep the balance and send them on their way.
I'll tap the scythe down, like hand on the ground for them to go, be on their way.
They dissipate. The only soul that remains is that of Core.
Do I feel like I could, with the newfound abilities I have with the scythe, shepherd her as a reaper would shepherd her? not like to her afterlife, but if we really want to try and rebirth her at the Serenray Temple without using a soul jar, could I be able to do that? Or I get the feeling I would be able to do that.
Give me a will check. This has nothing to do with intelligence or wisdom, but understanding your own mental capabilities. Being able to understand. You got a 15?
15.
As you fixate on her, you start seeing an overlap of the mundane world. And you see a river appear. And inside the river is ethereal water. And you see faces of all different species traveling along it. You recall seeing this river at the courtyard in the temple.
Mm-hmm.
The river that connects to all realms. You hear the sounds of something in boat, skiff. You look, and down the watery way, you see a skiff approaching with a familiar ferryman. The skiff stops before you. The figure has its head down. You see the brim hat. What do? Once again, you all feel the immense presence of the ferryman.
But don't see him, right?
Correct.
My character, tired of not seeing anything, just gonna sit down.
Or are you gonna walk off?
No,
I mean,
just gonna sit down.
technically, if Solon smoked some of that herb he got from the lizard shaman with true sight, he could see it.
I don't feel like risking that particular. Yeah.
I ask the trade a soul for a soul, but let me finish on what exactly I want to trade for. I asked for him to let me try to save and repair this soul, and in return for let me attempt that, whether it's
Solon, give me a
successful or
perception
not.
check real quick.
15.
You can tell that Gavin is looking at something of immense power. You have felt this feeling before. And you know the stories, you know the legends, you know the rules. You notice one thing he is not doing.
When you ask for something from the ferryman, you have to pay the ferryman. I say to Gavin.
With this one, are we considering silver the payment or copper the payment?
It's just 2 coins for the ferryman. I've always given
It's-
him gold or platinum in the past. I haven't really bothered with silver.
Yeah. I'll offer a couple coins actually.
Of what kind?
Do a couple gold. 'Cause I don't
You
think I actually
throw it
have
at
any
him and he
platinums.
catches it. He lifts his head, and you can see this most ancient of beings. His eyes fall heavy on you.
Allow me the chance to try and repair the soul, and I promise you, I will deliver to you the soul of the being that did this to the soul.
You already know that, based on several conversations you've already had, they don't have souls.
Well, may not deliver the soul to him. I'll deliver the being to him. Be that as it may.
His brother?
I thought the Grey Orc isn't his quote-unquote brother, but
No.
just... Yeah.
But what destroyed the soul was
The old
his
orc.
bro- Okay, I misunderstood. I thought it was the actually
No,
war
it
that
was the old orc.
Oh, then I stand corrected.
Which out of game, so you have perspective. Your characters don't know this, but they are daemons.
Yeah.
They destroy souls entirely.
I tell him I will deliver this being that threatens to wreak havoc upon the balance.
It extends his hand out, and you see the spirit, the soul of Kor, float to him. He waves his hand, and you see her spirit lay flat on the skiff, on her back. You see her arms crossed, her legs put together. He takes the 2 coins that you gave him and places it upon her eyes. He takes his staff and hits the bank of the river and pushes off. The presence, once again, is no longer felt.
Alright. Gavin looks away a little bit defeated at that.
I think you may have gotten what you wanted anyways. The way I understand it is, as long as you pay the ferryman will bring the soul to its final destination. That means it won't get any worse, and theoretically, if it gets to where it needs to go, whatever that reincarnation is, or wherever that resting place is, depending on your faith, should heal the soul. Because as long as the seals are intact, the gods' domains are absolute.
Yeah.
And since the soul wasn't completely destroyed, theoretically it could recover. I know the one entity said it wouldn't, but I don't buy that. If it was completely destroyed, I'd buy that, but I'm not sure I buy that, given the fact that it wasn't destroyed yet.
And given that Gavin knows how much that you hate investments that you make being taken away from you, I will tell you who the soul was and who damaged it beyond like that.
Do you tell the group?
Yeah.
Do we have time to deal with this thing? Because he was just kind of backburnered.
You all hearing her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still not trying not to meta this, but we actually don't know exactly what this orc is. We just know he's
Well, it was told
really-
he was a fiend.
Yeah.
Are we actually strong enough to take it down?
The
I mean, Gavin might be. As long as it's stronger than that.
Okay, look. I would have to use my other weapon, and I like the scythe, alright? I'm not actually positive we are able to take it on. It's something we'd have to actually look into, which we haven't had the time to do so yet.
All right. So unless there's anything else y'all want to do after this whole bizarre thing,
Were we heading to the other tower still?
you're going to the village first so y'all can heal. Because a lot of you are fucked up.
I didn't know how much I was.
Yeah, no.
Even more of us. So.
Pretty sure Zerkai is only like 1 or 2 life too.
Mm. Yeah, I was like, oh my god, did this just kill Gavin? Because this is a very big thing if it killed Gavin.
So what we've learned is never take anything from Dan when he hands it to you. Solon.
And, Solon learned never trust when you had your entire life, because you never know when it's a grenade waiting to go off.
Who would give this to a toddler? Do you know your family? Damn it! Puts it away.
I would still actually, with precaution, I would stay. I'll go ahead and stay outside the village.
Okay.
But I will still rest because, ouchies.
All right. Does anybody do anything in the village? Or are you all getting sleep?
I'll go ahead and sleep, recover spells.
Sleep.
Sleep.
Gavin, as you rest, you find yourself in a beautiful field. A light wind, pleasant scent. And you feel this presence that is comforting, loving. A voice rings out. I do not know how you have done this, but Core Soul rests at the temple, delivered by something I feared, or something I'd wish I'd never see again. For that,
You suck.
Yes. You intrigue me. But you also have my gratitude. Her soul is asunder. But I can mend it. For now. Find me when you're ready. And you feel this embrace. As if arms are being wrapped around you from behind. You feel a kiss on your cheek. And your wounds are healed. In fact, your companions, except for one, had the best night's sleep they've had in forever. And their wounds are healed to full.
Do I put two and two together and say that that was Sarenrae, or
You can
yeah?
assume so, yes.
Okay.
Gwendolyn.
Oh.
Literally, there was no number of bets that could have happened here as to who the person who doesn't sleep well is. It could have literally been any of us. I was waiting to find out who.
You're awoken to a presence that causes your skin to crawl and fear swell up in you. As you open your eyes, you see Drax pinned against the ceiling by an unseen force. Its wings being spread out, you can see him in agonizing pain. As you go to get up, a weight keeps you pinned, but no form holding you. As you glance over as best you can with your eyes, you can see a woman you have not seen since a child. You see your mother crucified onto the wall. And from the corner of your eye, from the shadow, the darkness in your dwelling, you see a large looming form. An orc. Long gray hair. Can you hear me, girl?
Yes. Who are you?
Use your mic so they can hear you. Oh, I mean, I guess they can hear you through mine, yeah. You all can hear her, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Give Vorgoth what he wants. Now. And you see him walk over to your mom. And he extends his hand outwards. And you see his index finger become red, elongated with a wickedly sharp claw. He drags it from her collarbone, her right collarbone, down to her left breast. And you can see this agonizing pain. Her head shoots outward and she screams, but no sound is heard. But you can see the true pain. The flesh is torn, and when it turns, or when it removes its talon, you can see this ethereal energy that is torn. That is ripped And you've seen spiritual energy before because of the death temple you have been in. You have helped Gavin and Solon and Zerpai. You have seen spirits. You've seen the material that composes them. Not only is this wound of the flesh, but you can see that talent cuts straight down to her spirit, to the very soul of who she is. He simply looks at you cold. No more games, little girl. Give Vorgoth what he wants. Now. You should see her face right now. She hates me.
Kind of wishing I was there, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Can I move at all? Can I wiggle my fingers, my toes?
You can give me a will save. You can move your hand and your finger a little bit.
And he's 6-7 feet away from me, standing next to my mother.
Yes.
Drax is basically right above me.
Yeah, he's
Smashing
pinned
him.
up. Yeah, pinned up against the ceiling, being almost like you can see Drax's body straining, as if his body's literally slowly being ripped apart. You can see muscles starting to pull. You can see joints, unhinging.
Give him the ultimate cantrip, the middle finger.
Fuck you!
Being very powerful. Gonna have a moment. God, I feel like I'm gonna regret this. Every fiber of my being, I am just like filled with rage and sadness and anger. I have worked so hard to get to this point where we can finally take down Morgoth when he has taken so much from me, and this thing that I allowed to exist because I have other priorities. As I lay there, I'm gonna, I don't know, kind of just try to move, see what I can as I'm kind of laying in the bed, trying to move.
You can move, so like you're laying down. Basically how I'm moving my hand right now. That's what you have control of at this moment. You have one success on your will save. That's about what you have control of at the moment. Now, if you want more time to go by, 6 seconds will go by, something will happen, and you give me another will save to try to gain more control. But each time you say you want more time, 6 seconds will pass.
I'm going to glare at him, and I'm going to
As you
quietly-
glare at him, you see the most perverse smile cross his old orc face. Your anger, your rage pleases him unlike anything in existence.
Oh my god!
This orc considered part of Vorgoth's forces because he is acting on Vorgoth's behalf.
He is, but he is not part of Vorgoth's force. Vorgoth doesn't even know who this orc is out of game.
But Vorgoth believes he's part of his forces, correct?
Vorgoth doesn't know this orc exists.
I'm using a hair point for this.
So this orc stole one of Vorgoth's slaves from him and is currently torturing him, and Vorgoth doesn't know?
Correct. Well, slave, what do you mean by slave?
Her mother is a slave
Yes.
to Vorgoth.
Yes, at the moment, yes.
So
Now that
Vorgoth
doesn't mean, so put it in perspective. That doesn't mean Vorgoth hasn't interacted with this entity before. But as Quindolin saw, when it took, part of its true form, its talon, definitely wasn't an orc. Vorgoth could have interacted with this entity without actually ever knowing what this thing is. You have no way of knowing.
So it's acting on Vorgoth's behalf or not?
It is acting on War's behalf.
This is what I'm doing. God damn it!
I mean, technically, it's better.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to bother rolling because even if it rolled a 1, it would beat a 12.
Why does the lightning bolt have an attack to it?
It should just be a
Reflex save.
reflex save on it.
I mean, if I put that in wrong, that's on me.
Yeah, it's a DC 15 reflex.
Okay, well, there you go. No, I'm else. I tried.
I mean, technically, now it's easier for you to fix that. You just drag and drop now.
True. Nikolai, can you quiet down, please?
Math real quick. 38 minus 25.
23. Or 25? Sorry.
Yeah.
It would be
13, right?
13.
Yeah.
All right. As you extend your hand, he looks at you and he closes his fist and the spell dissipates as he has countered your spell. You see him, he smiles at you. Valiant effort, girl. And he slams his hand into your mother's chest, grasping her heart. You can give me another will save if you like to try to gain more function of your body. Nice.
Nice on the
So,
will
like,
saves.
If you were laying down, right, you could move your body like this. You have this kind of range of motion with your body.
would my stuff be in relation to me?
It's kind of how you like and visualize your room. Do you have your bed and then like a nightstand next to the bed, or like how do you have it?
I mean, yeah, probably.
It's probably on your nightstand then. Or like it's not really a nightstand back in those times, but you know, like a small little cabinet where you put various oddities.
If I threw something, what would that take?
It would take an action to grab it, and depending on like what you're trying to throw, like are you trying to hit them with it, or like what you're trying to do with it, because then that's a dexterity check.
I'm just gonna scream, I don't have what he wants.
You can see the look in her eyes as life is fading from her. As you can tell, he's just clenching his fist just a little tighter on her heart. You know the language. You know.
For the record, even if she knows the language, she doesn't know the name. I'm the only one that knows the name.
That is true. But what Vorgoth wanted was somebody to teach him the name.
How does this thing know I know? Literally,
You
no
might
one
be able to
knows.
find out.
Solon didn't even remember that I know.
That's just bad memory.
Lack of caring.
That too. You give him that look. You give him that look of like, how does he know this? How do you know this? And you see his form shift to that of an elven woman. That is your friend that helps you raise beasts and animals.
Why would I tell her?
You see him shift again to other people you know. You see him shift to your father, to Darius. You just see this perverse look upon his face. So basically 2 rounds have gone by, a whole 12 seconds. You got about, I'd say, what, a quarter of your body you can manipulate. She really hates me right now. I don't feel like I'm getting lucky tonight.
How would I give it to him? I don't know what he needs to know. Like, precisely what he would need to know.
He knows the letters, but does not know how to speak the name. I will take you now.
Please just say yes.
As long as she survives.
She lets go of her heart, pulls his hand from her chest. You can see an open wound. She slumps to the ground. Breathing. He reaches down towards you and waves his hand so you can move. Do you do anything?
I guess I'm gonna stand up.
Give me a perception check.
Not like running, I'm just getting
Yeah.
up.
Good God. As you stand up, you do see on your little nightstand something that has meant a lot to you since meeting him. You see this wooden coin with a face on it, kind of like a tree, like the Green Man, if you've ever seen an image of the Green Man on it. It's in reach.
I'm gonna grab it.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm gonna throw it at the stupid guy.
Okay.
Call him an asshole and throw it at him. It's a wooden token. I don't think he would be all that concerned.
Fucker!
Watches it plink off of his chest, and a look of really crosses his face.
So, give me an attack roll. It is your dexterity plus... are you an expert in unarmed attacks?
I don't think so. No, just trained.
Okay, so it's your dexterity plus... Make an unarmed attack, pretty much.
Is this set up right? I didn't set this up. I don't know.
No, it's not set up right. Alright. So, as you throw it, it does literally just bounce off him.
One token.
It is a wooden token, and he looks at you kind of like, really? What do you do in that moment? In that moment, you throw the token, it hits his chest, bounces to the ground. While you're holding that token, you can feel that innate connection to Xavier, to Lucreed. And it hits the ground. That connection still flowing to you. The fiend, this old orc, comes up to you and is about to clasp you from behind your neck.
Scream out for your date.
You grab the token.
I'll grab the token, and it's like, I don't know, put my emotion and everything into like just everything that I feel.
Okay. So, as he goes to grasp you from behind your, neck to take you, you just see a spray of blood. And then his arm go like this while the hand is still grabbed onto the back of your neck. And you see him back up. And behind you is Lucreed, both his scimitars out. And you just see a drop of blood on each one of them.
Is Lucreed Savior?
Yes.
Okay.
Lucreed is
it.
It was Drax's, and then I changed it to Lucreed. I've literally changed it once.
That's enough.
That's enough.
You you see Lacreed, he's in his actual true form. His Fey form. His Arch-Fey form. You see the old orc, he stumbled back up against the wall, and he hunkers down and bares his teeth. And then the back of the wall itself, just explodes outwards. As you see this old orc take onto his true form, a towering 18-foot tall daemon. 5 wings, 3 tails, 4 arms.
And I'm going to grab my mother, drag her, like, just away.
And at this is where just cinematic battles going on here. The rest of you, you're sleeping peaceful. You're having pleasant dreams. The goddess Sarenrae herself has bestowed upon you a wonderful night's sleep. And then you hear an explosion, screaming, and the sounds of combat.
Not my fault this time. I say as I'm getting up outside of it. And for the double record, not his fault, pointing at Gavin, because if it's not going to be me, it's usually him.
I heard an explosion inside the village. I immediately think that it's Solon. It's like, I know it can't be me. It has to be him.
I extend my hand for a fist bump. Not our fault.
So what do you all do? You're in the Longhouse, Solon. Chucky, where would have you been?
Would have been in my tent.
Okay, so Chucky,
The
you're the
longhouse
closest
was
one.
for all of us, right?
Huh?
The longhouse was for all of us.
Yes.
And
So,
I
Chucky,
chose
are you in a tent or are you in the longhouse?
Do you need some alone time, or are you sociable?
Josh, are you in the Longhouse or are you in the tent?
I'm in my tent. So I chose
All
not
right.
to be
So,
in.
no, that's fine. So you'd be the closest to what happens. Chucky, as you're resting, shit. You're woken up from an explosion, and as you take your head out of the tent, you look over and you see a figure, two figures you've never seen before, because you've never seen Xavier in his true Fey form, and well, you've never seen this daemon before, and they are battling. You can see from the corner of your eye, you can see Gwendolyn dragging a woman who is unconscious and looks to have grievous wounds. And then you see Drax fall from the ceiling to the ground. Gets up, shakes off, and then runs out to Gwendolyn.
So I don't know who the two entities fighting are, so I'm going to ignore them at the moment. And I'm going to go help Quinn drag this woman off.
Okay. Solon, you hear this explosion. You're in the longhouse. What do you do?
I look outside.
You see what I described about the fighting, and from your vantage point, you wouldn't see Gwendolyn dragging the woman, but you see Chucky, who's avoiding this combat, basically circling around the back of Gwendolyn's dwellings.
Just looking at spells real quick. don't really do anything because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I recognize Xavier though? Right? Because
You haven't seen his true form, but you know that Xavier is a Fae. You know his real name's Luke Creed, and he's a powerful Fae.
I thought he transformed when we talked, when I called him out and said...
Oh, yeah, no, you did. He did. I forgot about that. So, yes, you would know that's Luke Creed.
And we're changing his name to Luke Creed now?
Yeah, instead of Droxus. His alias is Xavier. His actual name is Luke Creed.
Got it. I simply say to Gavin next to me, Xavier's the Fae.
Gavin's outside of town because he stayed out of town.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So, I will begin to try to get people away from... I'm going to summon a creature to try to, drag people out of the, way of this combat. So I will summon a creature. I'll look for a 3rd level creature that would fit this particular thing, but I'll get back to you on that.
It doesn't really matter because you're summoning a creature large enough to do what you want. Unless we get in combat where that creature is relevant, don't really care about it. Just noting you're summoning a creature to help escort or, evacuate people.
Yep.
All right. Gwendolyn, you're pulling your mother, and you see Chucky rounding the corner. Chucky, you see Gwendolyn maybe 50 feet away, dragging this woman. Drax is following behind, trying to help her drag her mom.
It's a gorilla, by the way, because that works out perfect.
Okay.
As I see Chucky approaching, I'm going to point back at the demon thing and say, "That's the Fiend."
Would you say that's the old orc?
Doesn't Chucky know he's a Fiend too?
Yeah, everybody knows he's a fiend, but there's more than one type of fiend, so...
I don't know.
It's the old
Chucky
orc
doesn't
from
know
the
what it looks like either.
Fair. She said, yeah, he doesn't know what that fiend looks like, so yeah, so...
It's the old orc from the Fort. Kill it.
Kill it.
As you look back and you see these two figures battle, you can see reality warp around the fiend. You can see buildings begin to just absolutely disintegrate. You see planks of the wood and whatnot begin to just float up on the air before being destroyed. And then on the polarizing opposite, you see vines and nature trying to mend what is being warped by the presence of this fiend. Very high level shit you're watching.
So I'm getting
Put it in
the impression that I would get away.
They do seem to be on equal grounds right now. Put it this way. You kind of get this feeling you'd rather solo fight the two-headed Lenorn.
Do we get the feeling we would more than likely win that fight than this fight?
Chucky's kind of getting that feeling.
But you are saying that the fiend is higher level though.
That only affects you.
Yeah, that only helps you, Gavin. So what do you do, Chucky?
That is a debate. Right now, I feel like I should get people to safety in other parts of me.
Like, as you're looking, as she's pointing this out, you see Xavier or Lucrete. He extends his right hand, the tip of his scimitar, and from one of the wooden buildings, you see this giant oak just grow from it and go to slam into this fiend. And this fiend picks up his massive cleaver and cuts the giant oak that just sprouted from the side of this building in twine. And then you just see this display of truly epic proportions between these entities. While you figure out what you do, Solon, you summon the gorilla, and the gorilla, grabs a couple people and starts pulling them off. You can see off in the distance, Klaus sees what's going on. Basically, your named NPCs are seeing what's going on, and yeah, and they start helping escort people as well. Then you see little Jinkin, Xavier's companion, come up next to you, and he slams his hammer once, twice, 3 times into the ground, and then the gorilla you summoned stops in mid-movement, shakes violently for a moment, then you see another one step out of it, another one step out of that one, and there's about 12 gorillas there.
This is awesome. And it sticks around. So, I'm going to attempt to help. I walk out for my movement action, so I'm in the sight line of the enemy, but at the back of Xavier.
Okay.
I simply look at, make eye contact, and I activate Blinding Beauty.
Ooh.
Needs to make a will save. That is not the right saving throw. Just ignore that. I don't know how to fix it.
Wow. She can witness what just rolled. It rolled a natural 1 for a grand total of 14.
The creature is blinded for a minute.
Now, you do see what transpires here, okay? You can tell this creature is no longer aware of anything outside of 30 feet. But he is still fighting toe-to-toe with Xavier.
No, it's blinded. It means it...
Yes, it has blind fight. Or blind sight, 30 feet. So anything outside of 30 feet, it cannot perceive visually. So that does help you all as a whole. I mean, he's still fighting Xavier. That doesn't necessarily help Xavier right there. But Xavier, they're trading blows. Xavier gets cut by, this thing's cleaver, and he fucking, impales him with both his scimitars before kicking off on him. They're trading blows.
Oh, I have the perfect combo. I'll have to wait until it's my turn again, but I have the perfect combo.
Chucky, what did you decide to do? You're seeing this. This is basically fucking Grog versus Vax right here. Imposing looming juggernaut of death and destruction versus fucking dexterity incarnated.
I'm going to gesture down towards the elf, right?
The what? Xavier?
No.
The
Quinn's
woman?
mom.
Yeah.
My character
she's an
doesn't
elf.
know that it's Quinn's mom, but let's
It
get
is in
her
fact an
out,
elf.
out of the
Your
area.
passive perception is high enough you can actually see similarities in this woman and Gwendolyn. They share similar features.
But yeah, my statement stands. I say, let's get her out of the danger first. I pick her up. start moving.
All right, so you pick her up.
I did have a question. While he had his hand in her chest, where's this gem thing? It's supposed to be embedded in her.
That is a very good question because it's not on her right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one thing you do notice. Like, as you're like, everything's coming clear after, the immediate threat and you're able to start thinking clearly, you notice that gem is not in her.
Okay, well, I'm just going to keep going with Chucky.
Okay. They're all like, fuck this. Fuck this. You see the daemon, he slams his hand onto the ground and basically rips up a 15-foot column of dirt and rock. And you see this kind of pillar that he rips up spread out. And then you see chains and whatnot rip into it and pull it open. And you see 10, 15 other fiendish lesser creatures pour out.
Do I have my bow and stuff on me?
No.
Is it semi-safe enough to send Drax back for it?
Probably not.
Do I have anything on me?
Well, did you sleep naked or did you sleep in like some undergarments? Because that's pretty
At
much.
least some undergarments.
All right, well, you got undergarments and a wooden token. Sadly, this isn't a video game, where you sleep in your everything, It's yeah, you got your bow just slung over your shoulder while you're sleeping. No wonder you don't sleep good. You're just like,
Unless you have a feet, then you can actually sleep in your armor if you have a feet. Or if it's,
or if your armor has the comfortable trait. So, yes, you see 15 or so of these lesser fiends. Solon, demons and devils. These are nothing like them. They share no similarities other than the fact that they're fiends. You see Luke Creed begin to get overwhelmed, and he actually starts retreating. You see him draw, he
Well, did my turn happen before he gets overwhelmed?
Yeah, your turn happened with you blinding the fucker. So
okay,
what I'm
so that the blind. So we're still. This is one round after that.
Yeah, this is the beginning because they act first. You see Luke Creed, he's immediately 200-300 feet back. He has his scimitars put away and he has his longbow out and he's firing shots. And he's basically luring the lesser fiends towards him and trying to draw the attention of the larger, more intimidating one to try to pull him away from the village. Because at this point, a good handful of the structures are damaged or destroyed.
I shout out, Anolians, take out those fiends. For a free action.
Okay.
Could Zivit do something too?
Yeah. This is all cinematic right here, Omni G. So anything you want to kind of impose, feel free to.
Yeah. Have I heard anything yet? Or
next, once I get around with all these people or everybody here, and basically the cinematic turn of the Daemon and Lacreed happens, then you'll be arriving at the village.
Because it's a monkey themed night, apparently. I extend my hand, one turn to sustain the gorillas, and then my final two actions, I extend my hand and cast a spell called Mad Monkeys.
Okay.
And I cast it right on top of the daemon. Okay, I'm just posting it like that because it's not in the spell description yet because it's fucking huge. This is what they do. They basically are making all kinds of noise and screeching in his ear and everything. So technically, he has to make a fortitude save.
Important question: does that have a heightened effect?
Look. No, it does not.
Okay. You see Jenkin, he's basically going to use a reaction and he's going to teleport in front of you. He's going to make a circle with both his hands, and you kind of see this massive dream catcher appear. And as your spell is cast, it goes through the dream catcher and increases your DC by 10.
Oh my god, this is great.
Okay.
Let me know what he rolls.
25.
He fails.
Okay, is it just a failure because your DC is increased by 10 at the moment?
Yeah, it'd be a 32 would be my DC
Okay.
right now. You know what? I spend my hero point. My hero... Can the token make someone reroll, or is that only the hero point?
Only the hero point.
Hero point, make him reroll.
16.
That's a crit failure. He's now deafened for a minute as well.
Damn.
It no longer works.
All right, he does yeah. No, you cancel out his blind sight.
Holy shit.
I shout at everyone, take him down. He can no longer see. He can no longer hear.
You see the Anolians that are charging, and they go towards the lesser fiends, and as you say this, they veer off and start heading towards him. Lucrete, seeing this, you see him turn into a wisp of cloud-like structures and vanish, and then reappears about 50 feet above the fiend, draws his arrow, or draws his bowstring, and you see Jenkin disappear and reappear again in front of him, and you see him basically do the Dreamcatcher thing again, and as he shoots the one arrow, it's just this massive 20-foot diameter column of just sheer energy shooting straight down on the fiend.
Okay. Because I sustained my summon spell, my gorillas are basically going to stall the fiends because now there's 8 of them. They're just going to fucking grapple the shit out of these fiends. I'm not intending for them to survive. The entire point is to delay them.
All right. Because this thing is a daemon of war, after the onslaught, you do see it wounded because it cannot truly defend. You see its wings wrap around itself and it disperse unless anybody has anything to prevent it from teleporting.
Here's this spell magic.
A restraining. This isn't a spell, so you couldn't use counter spell, but I honestly don't remember everything you all have, so.
That is a very good point. Yeah, I kind of got nothing.
All right. So then this fiend vanishes.
What about the pet thing of Savior?
Jinkin, he already used his reaction to do the... So, yeah. He vanishes. The
I'm
lesser...
curious what happens to an aspect of war when he loses.
The fiends, the lesser fiends, are with your Anolians and Lucrede. They're dispatched relatively quick. Not going to play that out. You see, when they die, they disperse into a fiery explosion and are no more. What do y'all do?
I look at Gavin.
At
and I
this
say,
point, Gavin,
"Not
you
our
just
fault."
arrived. Did you
I
see this?
show up at the scene fashionably late.
Yup.
I say, not our fault this time.
I start looking like at the buildings and stuff. I said, "What happened though?"
I say, I don't know when I look at Gwendolyn.
Bridget just went AFK a second. She'll be right back. Yeah, half the village is in utter ruin. You see a fae-like creature you've never seen before. Yeah. I mean, Lucreed looks injured as well. It's not like he went unscratched, anything like that. He actually looks injured.
First, I get to see Xavier's reaction to me holding the deaf side. What is?
So yes, when she gets back, we will continue. If you all need a drink, grab a drink, guys.
Okay, be right back then.
right, we're back.
Welcome back.
Is Charlie back?
I'm taking silence to no.
You back,
I heard
Charlie?
chuckle.
Yes, I am back.
All right. So they all turn to you, Gwendolyn, because it is not Solon's or Gavin's fault this time.
Well, at the moment, I'm not really paying much attention to them. I'm trying to mend my mother's wounds.
Fair. So yes, you all see this. You see Gwendolyn mending the wounds of this woman that does have familiar, similarities in appearances. And she's frantic, trying to heal, and you can heal the flesh wounds, but you can tell that the wounds to her soul, that is beyond your healing capability. She's also not waking up at the moment.
When I look upon it, is it about like the same type of wounds as?
Core, yes.
But being that she's not just a soul right now, we could probably just deliver her body upon Serenway's temple. I would assume.
So yes, what do y'all do?
I will mention to Solon out loud that her soul is damaged.
Didn't we just confirm that Serenray can heal soul wounds?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that.
What happened? I say I do a max or 3-action heal on her. I know it's more cinematic at this point. But
Yeah. You know, what wounds you couldn't heal are repaired and knitted back together through the heal that Solon does. She's still unconscious at the moment. She is breathing steady, but still unconscious. And you can see the scar where that gem was that was embedded in her chest.
Is she actually wearing clothes, or
No, she's butt-ass naked.
I take off my shirt and cover her,
Okay.
even though it's
Yeah, I'm
not very
gonna tell
big.
Kind of the story of what happened. That I woke up, the fiend had Drax pinned, and then was trying to force me to give Borgoth what he wants most.
I can barely hear you.
Talk to your... I'll mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Okay. That, the fiend woke me up at night, had Drax pinned, and that he was trying to force me to give Borgoth what he wants. And thanks to this, and I'll just kind of hold my hand out with the little token, I was able to call Xavier here. Or what's his actual name? Creed.
Anybody else hearing anything?
Kind of, sort of. I picked up
I
what
would
she said
speak
and
up
everything.
through your headphones.
All right, hold on. I'm giving her my headphones so she can speak.
I fucking hate my computer right now.
Hold on, I'm gonna put it on television so you can...
Or you can just use my headphones so it doesn't echo. God, this is convoluted. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I woke up to the fiend having Drax pinned to the ceiling, and he was trying to force me to give Borgoth what he wants most. And he was going to take my mother as his kind of do this or she dies.
You do know, Gavin, that if that would have killed, if that entity would have killed her mother, her soul would have been destroyed. There would be no bringing her back.
What did it say Vorgoth wanted most?
From what I understood, Borgoth wants to say something in Draconic.
Okay, I know what he wants. I say this in game. I said I know what he wants. But why did he go to you?
Maybe because he had something that he could use against me.
Yes, but you only speak Draconic and you don't know what the name is.
That's what I tried to tell him. He said that it would be enough, that Borgoth knew what he needed. He just needed to basically know how to pronounce it.
For an aspect of war, this guy is kind of stupid. I guess I'm going with. Did he say anything else to you?
Just that he was basically going to take me right then and there to, I'm assuming, Borgoth to complete whatever this is that Borgoth's, with the name that he needs. I mean, that was pretty much it, that he was going to take my mother unless I went with him right then and there.
I look at. Okay, since I don't know this, I'm doing this backdoor, Derek. The tattoo that references the deal we made about the combat to come. Any sign that it's been violated?
No. That lets you know that this entity is not part of Morgoth's forces.
So,
but a direct servant to the one that speaks through the dagger.
I send a message to Vorgoth. I'll either find a spellcaster that can cast it for me or a scroll. Doesn't matter to me how.
Klaus is like, I'm useful.
And not dead. So I send a message to Vorgoth. I say, you are hereby informed that your master's minions have struck against this village and us. The next time it happens, you'll be in violation of our deal.
What do you speak of?
I can't hear you, Derek. What?
What do you speak of?
Put this back.
One of...
1 second, she's giving me my headphones back. Yeah, I have my headphones back.
Welcome back. I say in a new message, because telephone.
Yep.
Actually, it's more like a text message, but still. I respond with, or send a message with, the one who dwells in both the rings as well as the dagger, of which you are familiar, of who drives you to compete against me. The one who pulls the strings. Pulls the strings of fate, I'm going to go with that. Has sent a minion to aid you and has launched an attack against our village, Quindolin herself, and stolen your property. Quindolin's mother.
Give me a diplomacy check. Does
17.
that stand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually not sure if I have the token anymore at this point.
There is no further response from Vorgoth.
Yeah, but my point, just FYI, Derek, my point was now he's aware of it. So in other words,
No,
if
I
it
know.
happens again, it is a direct violation of the deal.
Whatever comes of this, you do not know as right now, but no further reply from Vorgoth is given.
I look back at the group and I say, Vorgoth has been so informed. Attacking us again would weaken him significantly in the contest to come.
As you all stand and contemplate on everything that is going on, and you look around at the destruction that has happened to the village, and there is a lot of buildings are destroyed.
Mhm.
Your brewery's fine, Dan.
Sweet. I mean, that's not all I care. Yeah, it is all I care about.
What do y'all do? People are scared. Actually, there's something you might think of. Give me an intelligence, Gwendolyn. That's what you needed. As you know, everything's going in. You do recall it wasn't something he said, but he showed you. Because when you were thinking, like, how does he know this? How does he know I can speak this language? His form shifted to many people that you interact with. From your father to your brother to friends. That may be something you tell your party as you remember this. Like, oh, yeah, that happened.
I will mention that as well. That he shifted into many forms, and I'll give a few examples.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick look around. Anybody acting blind?
No, nobody's acting blind right now.
We're gonna have to cut people's fingers every time we see them. Bleed.
Yep. Just be like, chink. Ow! Just saying if you can bleed. Bitch.
Stab the one blind guy in the entire village just in case.
I wasn't close enough to get like an actual like sight on him through the death or life sight that I have, or life sight that I have. Did I?
No.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Xavier. I can't remember the new name. I don't remember.
Luke Creed, you can call him Xavier too. He goes by both.
I mean, if you call him Xavier, I'll have a few questions. Because, never seen this guy in my life.
Well, I'm gonna call him Xavier.
He sits down, pats Jinkin on the head, pulls out a little morsel from a pouch and feeds it to him. And much like a squirrel, Jinkin like crawls up on him and sits on his shoulder and just eats it.
Okay. What is Jinkin? Can I make it a nature check to try to guess or figure it out?
You don't need to. It is a fae. It is a very rare type of fae.
Was this the dragon or was this a different?
No,
creature?
this is that little creature that has the hammer that summoned forth his mansion, that amplified your summon spell, that increased your DC and all that. His dragon's
Okay.
another entity.
I take a mug. I take an aged wine after I walk close to Gavin and pour that guy a drink because he was incredibly useful.
You hand him the mug, and as you hand it to him, you know, he's maybe about 2 feet tall. He grabs it, and as he grabs it, the mug shrinks down proportionally to where he can hold comfortably and drinks it.
You are my second favorite person in this village. As 8 gorillas are just kind of milling around at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have to roll a d20 for that too. Not just that, but a horde of, just regular monkeys, like spider monkeys.
Nice.
You are free. Go to the wilderness.
He looks at you and he says, "But of course, my dear." And as he just kind of slumps down, breathing heavy, his own wound, he is bleeding. He did trade blow to blow. I wasn't going to have either one have a chance at really winning. There was basically 20 rounds of potential cinematic rounds for a major event to transpire, and it didn't get to that. So we made it 4 rounds, and y'all were clever, and Dan's spell of fucking blinding and that natural one, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always better for the enemies to be unlucky than even for you to be lucky.
Yeah. So yes, he does reply to this, Gavin. And much like Solon, as you look at this entity, now you know to be Xavier, there is no, you just sense his life force, and his life force is massive. It's abundant 100 times over. There is no like death clock above him, much like Solon, just because they don't age, they can't die of old age.
Yeah.
Gesture to see if anybody wants a drink of chilled wine. Blood wine. Aged chilled blood wine. Gavin, you've never been more useful. Okay, I pass it off.
Solon, you want to say that again?
You've never been more useful? Look at what you're currently wielding and tell me I'm wrong.
understand why the Fiend waited till now to decide that this needed to happen.
You can give me an intelligence check.
Do you say anything out loud?
Yeah, I'll say. Why did? I'll just say basically that. Why did it happen now?
Because Vorgoth threatened us first to get what he wanted, and then we came up with the alternative way to go about this with the fight. That just happened 2 days ago. And then we went from there immediately to the Death Temple where he couldn't get at us. This is the first actual opportunity since the challenge had been issued for him to get at us.
Do you think Vorgoth sent him?
No, I do not believe Vorgoth sent him. From the messages back and forth with Vorgoth, he seemed to be out of the loop. He didn't seem to even realize he had a master.
As much of a dick as Vorgoth is, and as much as you all hate him, he's always been forthright. He is not a
He is to
villain.
stab you in the face, not necessarily in the back.
Yeah, he'll sit there and repeatedly stab you in the face because he wants you to see it. Will not stab you in the back. Doesn't mean he won't do fucked up shit to get what he wants, but a liar Vorgoth has proven not to be.
And there's also that fancy scythe that Gavin has that might have escalated things. Yes, they found out about it.
I don't think they could see it. That would be intruding on each other's domains.
I have no idea how that works.
You could be right. I'm just saying it would be weird to me if these entities could interfere with each other's domains. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying, like, I see no indication of these Reapers being of destructive nature like all of War's Scions tended to be. And I've seen no yin and yang aspect to war.
Is sensing their presence an interference? Because technically the staff, or the scythe, you could technically sense its presence, and then...
Yeah, but there's Reapers all over the place. Things die on this island, left and right.
But you could also argue on Josh's point there, that's just not a normal scythe either, even for a Reaper.
Yes, but it's not a Reaper wielding it, so it's
That is true.
a fraction of its former strength.
That is also true.
He also hasn't wielded it yet. Like, actually attacked something with it.
Yeah.
No, he's just been carrying it around because he has no way to really stow it. If it's anything
Also,
like the ring, you can't put it in the bag of holding because it'll just destroy a bag of holding.
Also, I say too, the other thing that gives me hope on that is when I offered the deal and that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the ring, he wasn't aware I had the ring until I offered it to him. I just thought of that now, so it could be that, if they're looking for it, it's kind of like a scrying if they're looking for it, maybe. But I don't know how they would know to look for it. Well, actually, we can probably solve this quite a bit. I say, looking at Gavin, can you detect the presence of the dagger on me? Now that you're kind of steeped in that deathly domain.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check. You focus as you hold the scythe. Because you know of the dagger, and you know who wields it, you can feel its presence. You get the idea that, one, the item needs to be made aware of, and two, have an idea of who's wielding it. It's not a simple scrying. Conditions have to be met for you to be able to sense it. Like if Solon gave it to somebody completely random, you wouldn't be able to pinpoint where that dagger is.
I have to know
or even who has it.
I have to know its existence and who
has
it
to be able to focus on it. Yes.
Okay. I'll let Solon know.
So I let Chucky know.
I mean, Chucky's standing right there, so he tells Solon, and Solon looks at Chucky and tells Chucky.
Interesting to know.
So yes, what do y'all do?
How many fires are raging?
A few. All right.
Can we assume that Borgos no longer at the temple?
Yeah, he's no longer at the temple when he agreed to confront.
It's kind of pointless to wait there.
Yeah, he has no purpose of being there now. He is an entity or an individual of purpose.
We have an extra. Well,
I have lots of extra rooms.
Well, I was wondering how we can get my mother to the temple.
What time is it, actually?
It's about 2 a.m.
I know your best bet is going to be fly there. Either take my griffin or one of the wyverns.
Yeah.
You see Xavier, he puts his finger in his, basically, shirt pocket pretty much. And out comes his little lizard. He puts it on the ground and into this giant serpentine dragon.
Or there's your head.
Mine's quicker.
Valid.
I just don't want to ask any more of you.
You're fine. As he sits up, groans. Oh, that was unpleasant.
You being an aspect of war, so I'd take some pride in that.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've fought like that, though. I haven't fought like that since your grandfather trained me.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, that grandfather got it.
Yep, you have more than one grandfather.
It took me a second there.
Wait,
the implications
what?
were far-reaching there for a second.
Yep. Nope, he's speaking of Overrod.
I
Chaos
say
incarnated.
He's not talking about Pendant Grandpa, is he? Because I know not to fuck with that guy.
Really? Because you're going to his doorstep. Where do you think the Grim Reaper is? You're gonna go and say hello soon enough.
Look, saying hi and touching a pendant, two completely different things.
You're going to have to ring his doorbell in order to go after the Grim Reaper, so go with God. Anyone you like.
So he extends his hand to take yours, and you get on his mount, and within 10 minutes, you're at the Temple of Serenray.
Who is my mother, obviously.
Yes. She, at one point in time, she does open up her eyes and looks up at you and smiles, and she tries to say something, but no words can escape her mouth, and then she just, with a smile on her face, passes back out.
They still have the ladies at the temple too, right?
Yes.
But when we get there, we'll
Actually,
and I will tell them what's going on.
I just realized something. An experiment, and I have a question, Derek.
Okay.
I will ask. I will wait if I need to get the answer back from when Gwendolyn or when Xavier gets back, if I need to. Doesn't Gwendolyn's mob have protection from the attacks of said Damon? Because it can't destroy her self-identity or soul. Because I have her true name.
Her soul can be destroyed. Her identity and things like that can't be taken.
Correct. But if I give her back her true name now, wouldn't that, by definition, almost repair her soul?
Yeah.
Give her back her true name.
Okay. As you arrive at the temple, and Xavier, he's carrying your mother bridal style to the temple, and she begins to stir awake and looks around, and she looks at you, and her head just turns and she starts crying. I've waited so long to see you with my own eyes again. Xavier puts her down, and she kind of stumbles a little bit. He puts his hand on the middle of her back to help support her, and she starts walking, and then she falls forward and throws her arms around you and pulls you close. You're holding your mother up because she is still weak from everything that has transpired to her. I am so sorry that I left you. So sorry I couldn't have been there by your side as you grew. But I have watched. I have watched you grow into an amazing woman.
And Gwendolyn's going to be sobbing and hugging her mother. And she's going to say, it's okay. I understand why you did what you did. I'm just glad I was able to get you back.
She nods.
Nikolai!
Something is very wrong. That orc, whatever it is planning something. This was just a move of a piece on the board. I was able to look into its mind briefly. Everything it's doing, from the poor orc that was killed and left to be found. Everything from his fight with Xavier. Or she wouldn't say Xavier because he doesn't honor him, but she motions towards him. Everything is for a purpose. Its loss was already calculated.
Did you see what its next move is?
It is something to do with an entity I've never seen before. It looks akin to the Beastman, but something far worse. An endless hunger. It is on a land I have never seen. Endless sand, ruins, scorching desert. What life that is there clings to what resources? He's already put into motion the magister that served Vorgoth. I do not know what his next move is, but I see a beast that has a hunger that can never be sated.
Okay. It's okay. I need you to rest. And I introduce her to the women there and tell her where she's at. And that I'm sure she'll see my father soon. And he
She
may look a little
smiles
different.
at that. She just smiles.
Maybe put the hint in
You
that
can
he's
kinda
he's,
see-
he's changed over the
You
years.
can kind of see a sadness in her eyes, as you can kind of see that he did remarry, like she knows that. But she is happy to be able to see your father again.
I'm sure they'll figure things out.
All right. Xavier, after your pleasantries and reconnecting for a while, he takes you back to the village. For that couple of hours, is there anything that you all wish to do before she returns?
Chucky tries putting out some of the fires.
Yeah, you and Logan and Nolyans and Telda, and you put out the fires.
I start casting mending on whatever I can.
Klaus says the Viceroy comes to the council leaders that are here. Our people no longer feel safe here. Our home that has been here since Gwendolyn was a child has been nearly brought to ruin. Some are talking about fleeing after what they saw. We are all gifted. I have never seen anything like that between those two fighting. If we are to hold together, we must figure out a plan to either reassure our people that staying here is the best choice or finding new grounds to build upon. One outside of Vorgoth's watch, one that we can hopefully keep ourselves hidden from whatever that creature is.
Solon, do you think we could use one of the temples in such a way?
I don't think that will be wise. The temples, especially as they're repaired, will draw all kinds of attention.
Yeah. I just don't know of anywhere else on this island we could even that falls in that category.
Um, Y19 was it? Was uh
What's up?
inside of a cab
Y19?
was it Y19? There was a perfect village spot that
Oh,
Gwendolyn
that,
had on map.
yeah, that Kui gave her. Yeah, Y19. It's has natural defenses. Basically, you know, it has high cliff walls, purified water source, has high resources and food, wood, and ore. That is outside of Vorgoth's kingdom.
I say almost no matter where you go, or if you go anywhere where there is a magical presence, it will inevitably draw someone there at some point or another. What you need is someplace hidden that you can grow basically in secret until you're strong enough to resist the onslaught of whatever's to come in this place.
Yeah.
Not to mention, in a month here, Vorgoth is either not going to be much of a threat anymore, or we'll all be dead. So, are you sure we need to move?
If we move or not, that is our decision. But if we stay, we must sew up the hearts and resolve of our people. For yes, you're right, in a month we could be dead. But if they do not feel like we can win, or that they do not matter, they will not stand beside us, and we may lose more than the Vorgoth could do to us. And at that, unless there's anything else, you know, contemplating, discussing things, you know, plans of action. 2 hours later, roughly, Xavier and Gwendolyn return. Is there anything you wish to share with them?
I will tell them what my mother said about, and she was kind of able to see into his mind.
Okay. So basically everything I told or I said as her mother, she informs you all on.
Do I have any idea on the creature they spoke of that's like a beast man?
No. As beastmen, or you've never heard of beastmen outside of these islands.
Mm-hmm.
So you have there wouldn't be any knowledge for you to gain from outside sources. But at this point, your characters, after hearing that, your characters can kind of piece together the four colliding forces that are descending upon you. You might not know their overlords' names or anything like that, but one of conflict, war, one of endless hunger, one of pestilence, and then maybe an ally within the one that, you know, travels or traverses the river of Styx. That even the Raven Queen's Reapers seem to acknowledge and take command from. So what do you all wish to do after this was spoken to you from about Gwendolyn, or Gwendolyn telling you all this?
Well, at least your mother's is safe right now. I'm also kind of busy.
Klaus
trying mending
kind of perks
houses.
up at that. He just looks at you. He goes to say something, and he's, cuts off. Because he didn't see your mom, and
Mother appears to be free of her other form. And is gone.
he looks at you. Then by your leave, I would like to travel there immediately.
Go. I told her you would be coming.
Xavier sighs as he's holding his rib. Come on. Puts him up on his mount and his, defying cabin that's, infinitely bigger on the inside than the small carriage in the back of this dragon, and takes off. So unless there's anything more you all do that night.
I do ask if anybody has any ideas for raising the spirits of the village, the morale of the village.
We definitely need to do something. They need to feel safe. But I don't know if somewhere else is going to make them feel safer. I feel like they need to understand. People fear what they don't understand. Not that we understand exactly what happened.
So
maybe in the morning.
So you're saying we should tell them about the world-ending threats we're facing? All four of them?
So we should incite a panic.
Give them bits and pieces. Bare minimum. Just to help them understand. The magnitude.
I can't hear her anymore.
Hold on.
I don't know this.
Oh, too bad. They can't hear you. Just speak into the headphones.
Just tell them kind of bare minimum, just swept under the rug kind of version.
So tell me,
what's going on.
How would you phrase this particular story?
I feel like I'm going to have to sleep on it.
As
They're gonna have to hear it from me.
There's
anyway.
not enough sleep in the world that could praise this story in a positive light.
You're basically Tokyo news media trying to downplay Godzilla at this point.
No, it's even worse than that. You're essentially Tokyo News trying to downplay Godzilla fighting Mothra, fighting what's the three-headed dragon's name?
Ghidorah.
Ghidorah, yeah.
With King Kong coming in the background. I mean,
I think there should be a meteorite coming.
Yeah, right.
Time.
Personally, they should count their blessings that we're in charge because during that whole thing, no one died.
Well, I think we should also give them an option. Let them speak for themselves. If they want to stay, or if they want to relocate. And tell them, you know, what we're trying
I could always slip Jumbo Juice in the water supply.
to do that and then have this conversation with the village.
All right.
Okay, before you
So-
do that, I'm going to get some actual water so I'm not drinking just Jumbo Juice.
So
That would make for
I
the
mean-
most entertaining stone village ever.
Wouldn't it just be what was the island that Jumbo's from?
Jamaica?
Xanadar.
I'm sorry.
So wouldn't it be just our it's Xenadar. That's the name of the colony now.
It would make Jumbo feel right at home. Jumbo Jr. felt right at home.
The other option I can think of is we could try to get some false hope. I mean, we would know it's false hope. They might not, but I doubt it. That would be like constructing defensive buildings.
Another option. We could take advantage of our knowledge of the gods and maybe have a festival or two around here.
Yeah.
After all, both Cord and Sarenrae are now present on the island. Like, have actual temples on the island, therefore they should be able to interact with any followers they may or may not gain.
Yeah.
Well, you get the idea that Kord's temple or Asmarod's temple would be on the island with the air monolith, as that is where.
True, but I'm talking about since his divine beast is active.
Yeah.
Eric, what time of year is it?
It was summer when y'all got on your shipwreck.
So it'd be closing in the fall.
Starting to get there, yeah.
So
How many months are you all in right now?
it's almost 3 months.
You're about a month and a half away from Twilight's Fall.
You have an idea?
Well, my people, they celebrate a festival around fall year. It's a week-long thing, though.
What do you call it?
I have to look it up. I can't remember what it was called.
See, Jumba's the true villain of this campaign, slowly converting everybody to Xanadar.
I asked Chucky, what does this kind celebrate?
He does not say he doesn't remember. It's me out of game, not remembering.
Do you give thanks during this time?
It's blood, violence, and alcohol. Little did he know he was empowering war. So,
Might not go over well. Just, it's.
Percy, you should
It's a
probably put
celebration
it.
of death, actually.
Oh, cool. Yeah, death.
Even though we're
Yeah.
behind this,
The one in the spring is the one where it's celebration of the rebirths. So
All right, Quinn has something to say.
even though Vorgoth wasn't behind this, maybe we could use this and kind of blame him. Because pretty sure we announced to the village that we are at war. And it's since, didn't we, that we weren't going to stand underneath Vorgoth anymore?
What's your charisma score?
Mine?
Yep.
Hold on. My modifier?
Yep.
1.
1. Still
What's
above
your
average.
deception modifier?
What's your deception modifier?
3.
3.
So, your plan is with your limited capabilities, you're going to attempt to rile the anger of an entire village, throwing it into a rage, and directing it at someone that had no direct contact with anything that happened. And you're going to try to pull this off successfully. Keeping in mind, you will be the one that has to do it because you're village leader.
Yes. But these are villagers who have never seen things like this. All we know is that we're under Vorgoth and he is all powerful. I don't feel like it's that much of a stretch to convince them that
so your
Vorgoth
plan-
sent this monster here.
Your modified plan is to tell all the villagers who are trying to get ready for war that Vorgoth is capable of controlling giant
But-
four-armed demons that can rampage and destroy and throughout their village. But that isn't something to be afraid of. As a matter of fact, they should rejoice because we know where our anger needs to go.
Yep. Solid plan.
I don't see
I
anything
think you would
that could
actually
possibly go
terrify
wrong
them of
here.
Morgoth far more. Like, he summoned forth this four-armed demon that fucking...
It was the thought. Okay?
It was a hilarious thought.
So, something I do want to get to, the next day comes. See, kid thinks it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
The next
Trying to be
day,
resistance.
the next day comes, and as y'all are, you wake up, there is a different atmosphere in town, in your village. As you step out of the longhouse, you can see everybody standing outside near their houses. And they look intimidated, fearful. And as you follow their gaze at the center of town, you see Vorgoth.
I step out towards him.
I am no one's puppet. I will not be used. And you do see like the armor that the armor that kind of formed when you were, your ring was in danger. That armor has grown on him. It's pretty much his full armor.
I'll walk out with Solon.
This is what I offer you. Until this creature is dealt with, our conflict is put on hold.
I not agreed. As a
What
sign
is-
of good faith, I'll tell you a secret.
Does everybody else agree to this? Gavin, I need you to give me a will save. Just made it. The scythe calls you to reap your target. He is there. But you can see your lifelong friend Solon. He's hearing him out. And that reminds you not to just give in mindlessly. So you don't have to attack him if you don't want to.
Okay.
Do you want to? Because Solon agrees, but the rest of you can piss on anything Solon wants to do.
I'm gonna stand next to Solon, and I'll agree with this.
I mean, I definitely want to, but seeing has Fiend Godzilla rampage through our town, I want to wait to see what secret you tell him.
Chucky, what do you
I might tell him and prove him he is a puppet, and there's nothing he can say and do about it.
I'm curious what Zolan has to say.
After doing my due diligence, the ring that connects you with that entity, it can be destroyed by simply using your Cinder Stone. They are of equal power and can destroy one another. But you'd lose the arm.
He looks at you and nods. Says nothing to that. But it is heard. And he can tell if you're lying.
I'm not.
I know. That's why he nods.
I say we
In
have an
good faith, your mother is yours.
I'm not gonna do that.
He will not try to reclaim what was taken from him.
I will bite my tongue and not.
Ooh, this is a good one. I say beware your targets. It's a shapeshifter. It can take on the form of anyone it's seen before. I think that's legitimately the only other piece of information we have.
I am no longer worried about that. As you see him pull out an amulet, and on each side of the amulet is a clear glass case. And inside, on each side of it, is two eyeballs. They look hauntingly familiar to the seer's eyes.
You really just want to piss people off. Damn it.
It originally gouged out. Xavier gave her eyes back, but that was through, he basically regenerated them. Morgoth has his original eyes, or her original eyes.
I am dead soul staring at Solon like, this motherfucker shows
I
me
don't
this.
make eye contact.
Gavin just looks at the side of Solon's face like, this motherfucker pulls off this in front of me, and you want me to not impale him where he stands?
Just so I understand, is Vorgoth basically saying he's not worried about the creature thing that we just told him about?
He's not worried about his shape-shifting capabilities because he has the seer's eyes
Oh,
that can pierce shape-shifting abilities, and
see, I didn't know that they did that.
yeah,
It makes more sense now.
yeah. Oh, Vorgoth is a dick. There is no.
I just didn't know.
He's been trying to figure out what he wants to do with those eyes. He took them because he know they'd be useful in the future.
I've said my piece. It's up to Gavin whether or not he.
And then Solon's like, he's a shapeshifter. So when he told him that, he had this made so he can
I'm
pierce.
gonna, like, motion my hand for Drax to walk in front of Gavin. Just stand there.
Yeah, because that's going to stop Gavin.
You know what? It'll create an obstacle.
Vorgoth is eyeing Gavin, and there is a smirk on his face. He's proposing a truce for now, at least, but he will throw down.
Besides, Drax the same level of us. I don't stand a chance.
I have nothing else to say to Vorgoth, and like I said, unless someone else is going to make an action or attack against Vorgoth or not, Vorgoth can, piss off for all I care, because basically done.
I'm gonna ask what Vorgoth thanks.
I've already sent out my top-ranking scouts. I have also enlisted the aid of some newly arrived frost giants.
Knew this place repopulates monsters.
We will find them, and I will give you the information, and we will fight this thing together. And then we can kill each other after, or go home and lick our wounds and kill each other another day.
I say, see, Gavin, there will be killing later.
Just don't get yourself killed, Vorgoth, before I have my chance to reap you. Because your death plays right into your master's hands.
You see, as you say this, there is a legitimate excitement to Vorgoth. And there is a vibration to your scythe. And you notice the axe upon his side vibrate as well. You see that there is a thread that connects them. Much like the scythe is Quran's weapon, this axe belongs to the master of the dagger, the master of the fiend that attacked you all. And there is just these magical artifacts, legendary artifacts, there's a rivalry between them.
trying to hold it back as best I can, but I do nudge the Solon to his Vorkov's new axe.
Well, that's the axe he's wielded the
Oh,
entire
That
time.
is
You
the
just
one he's
didn't,
wielded the entire time. All right.
yeah. You just didn't necessarily really know the like how dangerous that axe is.
So the scythe and the axe are Zanpakuto now?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I say, unless you want me to destroy the ring for you, I mean, if you trust me, I pull out the dagger and I spin it in my hand. I can always give it a shot.
I will give much thought to this. If I feel my will is not strong enough to control it, then please take it from me. And I think hell just froze over because Vorgoth said please.
See, if you had fought with him, we would have never been able to hear that.
I mean, I could have made his mouth say it. I mean, that could have happened.
We're gonna use this opportunity basically to posture a little bit in front of the villagers because the villagers needed a morale boost. So seeing the fact that we're negotiating with Vorgoth on equal terms, I'm hoping that at least moves us in the right direction. I'll go ahead and make a diplomacy check to actually convey that, through body language to those surrounding us.
Okay.
15.
Okay. Vorgoth steps back. And he draws a different dagger. It's a ritualistic dagger, but it's not the same as the one that y'all annexed from him. He takes it and he cuts his palm. And he places his palm onto the ground. He mutters an incantation.
Summoning jutsu. No. I'm sorry. This is immediately what I would do.
Oh god, I gotta fix that map. It fucked up. No! I gotta fix that.
Oh, he declaimed territory.
A sign of good faith. And then he whistles, and you see this massive three-headed wyvern land. Climbs on the back of it. I will get the name, or I will learn how to summon forth ruin. He smirks at you, Solon, and takes to the air.
I shout at him, it's pronounced, and I say the word dumbass in Draconic.
You can give me a deception if you really want to.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Coin, I'm going to reroll. Oh, 15.
He smirks at you. You get the sensation he knows you're fucking full of shit. All right. So, is there anything you all wish to take care of before we call it this evening?
Yeah, I'm good.
I didn't know Vorgoth told jokes. He said good faith.
Fair.
I will tell Solon that that axe of his is of War's,
Or of his master,
or is
yeah.
of his master.
I think the ring is what's influencing. I think the weaponry are just that tools. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense personally to me for the implements of war. And I, gesture at the dagger and vaguely in Vorgoth, the direction Vorgoth flew off, meaning the axe. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a being that is so wrapped up in the concept of war to have the tools of war be a source of manipulation. It kind of defeats the whole concept that he's going for. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, so keep an eye on me. But if he was able to manipulate through the weaponry, he wouldn't need the rings.
Okay.
I'm not saying we shouldn't destroy the axe when we get a hold of it.
The Scythe really wants to. I'll tell you that much.
And you made the right call not attacking him now. Let our enemies fight each other and weaken each other, while we build ourselves up stronger than we currently sit.
I just hope I can hold it together next time.
I personally like Vorgoth as a villain. That I could see that pissing everybody off. He pulling out that pendant with the seer's eyes. Yeah, that.
Mm-mm.
I feel like I had a harder time with the whole mother thing.
Yeah, for Gavin it was the eyes. For you it was the mother thing.
Oh my god.
He is a villain. I like how I've managed to portray him in this campaign. I feel like I've actually made a full-fledged villain for y'all to really get behind hating.
It's just he hasn't found my weakness yet. He hasn't found anything that, to really target me. Like hardcore.
Well, he's managed with Chucky, he's managed with Gwendolyn, he's managed with Gavin. He has not, as you said, managed with you yet.
I don't know what he could do. I mean, I'm protective of my subordinates, but I'm also kind of pragmatic. So I not to mention, it would be very hard to go after my subordinates with any degree of ease.
Yeah.
He goes after your wallet.
That doesn't really work here.
He goes
Gold
after your
means
wine.
less than shit.
So yes, interesting turn of events there. Again, player decisions and everything like that having a profound impact. Now, one thing, Xavier is going to go to you, Solon, and speak on Jenkins' behalf.
Okay.
5 bottles of your cold brew or aged wine, and he will restore the village as it was.
Deal. I handed the 5 bottles.
Hey, you see, Jenkins, I would have done it for 3.
I know, but guess what? I'm the only source. I also own the only brewery in town, and I just got a brand new, and I hold out a brand new bottle of Jumbo Juice.
Don't worry, I've upgraded your brewery. And he goes to work, and he basically goes up and hits each of the buildings that are destroyed, and they come back up.
Pretty
So
sure
next
it's self-serve.
session,
I
the
say
beginning-
to Xavier, I'm pretty sure it's self-serving him upgrading my brewery just because he wants better liquor.
Yes. Next session, at the beginning of next session, we will handle the kingdom building rules. I wanted to get through this because this conflict would happen and how, it ended right there. Because if it got to 20 rounds, there would have been a series of 5 rolls. And if Xavier would have lost, Xavier would have died. So that would have drastically changed what happened. That's why I did not push for the kingdom building rules tonight.
No.
So beginning of next session, we will do the kingdom building rules. There is no longer a deadline to face Vorgoth until your all's mutual enemy is taken care of.
Good. I'm glad we slowed down a little bit. I want to do more exploring.
Now y'all actually, well, it's just because of the course of events everybody's chosen to do. It kept propelling the story forward.
Which is
And
why
it's
I
like,
said I'm glad we
yep.
slowed down a little bit because I wanted a chance to do
Yep.
some exploring.
So yeah, now
Um,
we've actually able to step back, actually explore.
Side note, Derek, just so I can get it off my chest and done for before we end session here, I do make sure to inform our allies of what just transpired.
Okay.
That basically Vorgoth found a bigger threat than we are, and he's called ceasefire is the term you're looking for. It's not a truce; it's a ceasefire.
Yeah.
Called for a ceasefire until such entity has been taken care of. He's still under the effect of my deal, though. It's
Well,
just-
yeah, unless y'all
date of the
completely denounce the battle between y'all, the deal's still in effect.
Yeah. So I'd make sure to mention that to our allies as well, because the kobolds don't have to deploy their armies then. The hydras can, look after their young and, wait for their egg to hatch without necessarily needing to...
The lizard men are holding on to their payment for future use.
Yeah. And then the fire giants, so they're aware of what's transpiring as well.
Yeah. And
So that
you
way...
can actually bring back the Fire Lord now, too.
Exactly. And
I get to keep my scythe longer.
You do, in fact, get to keep your scythe longer, but you can't kill anybody else except for Vorgoth with it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to become a servant of Quran.
I describe servant of Quran.
This is a thought now.
describe being disowned by your dad.
Oh no, I have to go through that again. No.
I'm pretty sure you weren't disowned before.
No.
Literally, your dad was like, in the last campaign, your dad was all about getting ready to fight death. That was his entire spiel at the end there, was getting ready to fight death.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, his only son decides to essentially start worshiping death.
It's full circle, you know.
Meaning your father will have to kill you to get to death. Oh, this be hilarious for other people, but not so much for your family.
Yeah.
Because your dad, I'm pretty sure, can't kill you because the one person he fears more than anybody else, your mom.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
I'm going to get
Louise.
some sleep before work then, since we're calling it here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good stopping point. 11 o'clock. Good session that went. Now the game is now back on a slower pace until you all trigger something or 6 months have passed. So, if you will, Josh, make note of 6 months so you can help me keep track of when 6 months pass if you all don't trigger another major event that, cast age things.
So put a marker on 6 months, and then when that time passes.
Actual time event will happen. Because your mother did give you prophetic knowledge that, this entity is playing the long game. And I am trying to play up war, not, like some of the other, like, war gods and shit like that, but actually the, representation of war, somebody that uses tactics, somebody that knows that losses are a thing that will happen, but how to utilize losses, how to, So, I mean, like I said, there's certain things you can do, like if you all discover something and you all learn of one of the plans of this entity or any other major story event, it'll trigger a new set of events. But as of right now, pretty much chapter 1 of this campaign is concluded.
Whoop whoop.
So, Derek,
Yeah.
for getting ready for next session, can I use my own people to use my build points to build a building and then have the, have it be separate from, the general populace's build edict?
Yeah.
Because I now have enough Analians plus enough, my Frost Giants or Goliaths.
Yeah.
Plus anyone else that's just, free labor that I kick out some rations to or some.
That's fine.
Because I have a lot of build points at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm at 27 or 29 build points.
Now, your build, like what you build, still does like increase the village's statistics. But if you ever leave the village or like, hey, I'm moving my shit elsewhere, they would lose that because that's your own personal property.
It also, I'm assuming, means I can use said facilities to produce things that I may or may not want, like my upcoming Jumbo Juice.
Yep. Yep.
You're gonna have to make it manicore proof.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make it manicore proof.
Fair.
Put a lid on it.
No, my only weakness.
Why didn't they give me thumbs?
I don't put any windows on my buildings. Just narrow vents to vent, to circulate air.
Sounds like someone's still a little mad about that, huh?
It was a perfect plan. There was no way in hell they were getting past my tanks, and we had enough magical firepower just to start lobbing shit. We would have killed everything.
But instead we gained a small army.
Yeah, and Fiend Godzilla.
Well, I feel like that would have happened eventually.
So yes, out of game, because y'all did experience them before in the last campaign. This is a Daemon Lord. So he is. Daemon Lords are right below the Horsemen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing so is the pestilence guy. He just suffered major backlash when we destroyed his tower.
Oh yeah, no, that was that fucked him up. He is still that's why y'all haven't seen him in a long time. He is plotting. He wants his revenge, but he is fucked up for quite a while. His healing, his like natural regeneration is so low because of the fact that you use the phoenix feathers to destroy it, that it is going to be some time before, like, you may see some like incarnations of his plans coming to try to fuck with you a little bit, but you will not be in direct conflict with him for a while because you all fucked his day up.
So, just a guess on my part, Derek, but I'm just for a statistical question. I'm assuming the War Daemon Lord gets stronger as we get stronger, just like Vorgoth does.
No.
Oh, he doesn't? He's a flat character?
Yeah.
Got it.
Basically, so y'all have an idea. Some enemies will scale. Like the Ghoul King is your all's level. He's not like Vorgoth where he's 7 levels higher. He's an elite version of your all's level. The 4 followers or the 4 champions, however you want to look at it, you know, basically what Vorgoth is, those will always be 7 levels higher than you all. And then you have static level NPCs or monsters like this Daemon Lord. You know, he's a level 25 that's, you know, pretty much reached his point without evolving to the next status of a horseman. So, yeah.
I say we should go find this plague guy and kill him while he's weak.
You have any idea how to find him? I am all on board with this plan.
Channel the sickness through me.
It sounds like a song. I'm pretty sure it's called Down with the Sickness, but
Well, on that train of thought, you might be able to do that through Eve because her tattoos on her face that she received from him have progressively gotten more pronounced.
I would point that out by now.
Yeah.
get a location. I'm all for helping you just take out the fucker. Just give me a location.
I mean, Scythe reacts to one horseman shit. I'm sure it'll react to the other as well.
I would be all for eliminating a horseman's direct influence on these islands, or this island specifically.
So, yeah.
But do you think even weakened will be able to take him?
In his weakened state, maybe. I mean, we could always tell Vorgoth where he is, and he could help us, maybe. I mean, he is still probably pissed at him.
What happens, Derek, if we choose to send an NPC on a dangerous mission? Do they get rewarded in some way?
Yeah. Yes. From either loot to bumping up level or giving you a certain percentage of a level so they can level up. We haven't gotten to that point because, you know, we got to the kingdom building stuff like 3 sessions ago, and then we haven't been back to it just because of all the story stuff that happened. But now that, we're slowing down again because the end of chapter 1 pretty much, you can send NPCs on with your certain like edicts and, espionage, exploration, so forth, so on. And not only does that reward your village as a whole, but that also rewards the individual NPC.
I say we could make it a quest. I'll give up. I don't remember her name right off the top of my head, but my chief
Kendra.
assassin. I'll give up Kendra, and you give up Eve, and send them on a quest to deal the final blow to their weakened foe. So that way we can focus on both exploring and getting this village in shape for when we go up against the multitude of enemies we have.
The thing is, do we really want to send Eve? I mean, she does have an effect from him.
Eve is a way that Kendra will be able to track her.
Oh, true.
And now you can all also focus on restoring the people that are still in a slumber.
Oh yeah.
That would be a great way to increase our population.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find out what's going on with that Goat Boy.
Go, boy.
This goat childish thing that we say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not a goat. He has antlers. He's more like Deer Boy.
Whatever.
Because that fucked with me. I was like, oh, boy.
I always thought of him as a satyr, but
So, yeah, because there was 4 important people. You had the Oriental, Shugenja. You have the boy with the antlers growing. And then you found the
witch who's good again.
Yep. She can actually start working on a way to free them. And who was the 4th?
Chucky's brother.
That's right. Who is currently in an amber stasis field, pretty much in Amber Spires. That's currently under Vorgoth's Hill.
There's a couple side quests that I don't think there's a lot we have to do that I think we should think about what all the side quests that we currently have on our plate, and maybe start thinking for next session what NPCs we want to assign to do some of these side quests.
Yep.
It might be worth our while, I'm just saying.
Okay.
And I actually got the NPCs too, so once you start getting to where you have armies and whatnot, I have your various NPCs that have their general traits and whatnot.
Okay.
Like Logan has, I forget the name of it, but basically no retreat. Where, if he's the general of an army marching, there's like a super low chance that they'll ever rout because of morale. So I got that figured out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So unless y'all have anything else, gonna call it, guys.
Sounds good.
All right, y'all have
Night,
a good night.
everybody.
I'll get XP for y'all tomorrow.
All right. See you
Sounds
guys
good.
later.
Remember to
All right.
summons.
Yep, summons. I'll get that done tomorrow for you too.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.